Batman lovers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Once again, chat is taking bets on how many times Rise of the Golden Idol will crash. That is the game we're playing tonight. Sometimes I like to hop over and show you the idle screen that will artificially inflate the number of crashes that we experience during the stream today. The doubloons still haven't financially recovered from Halloween. I mean, listen, everyone has their vices, and I make no judgment on where the channel points are spent. I'm just glad that people have use for them. I think that reflects well on me. Dude, Streamlabs is so busted. Also, I've been having a couple internet blips, none of them during stream, but like if something weird happens, because it's happened like twice this week, including like last night after the stream, just know that that's probably what's going on. What else? So, okay, here's where we're at. I frankly am not all that interested in doing much recap of the game. For one, I think the storytelling of this game is wildly inefficient for trying to catch people up as to exactly what's going on. So really just like ask and I'll explain to the best of my ability, which may be nothing because this game is like bananas. I don't really know. Like I think like listen, I've been putting off my recap of like 7 black and white movies dating from roughly the year 1940 that I watched like a couple weeks ago. The problem with these Golden Idol games is that like every unit of Golden Idol takes like exactly a stream's worth of time. So if I spend any time not playing the video game, then I don't make progress. This is incidentally exactly what happened last night, where I did like a full normal like half-hour-ish preamble of like how the week was, parentheses, not great. And then we started playing the game, and then I think we fell probably, well, I don't know. We have 2 things left to do in the main game as far as I'm aware. We're in the middle of like what appears to be the last like main puzzle, but then like it's clear that there's like one more like meta puzzle. And by way of recap, I'll explain it thusly. This game takes place in 5 chapters. Each one of the chapters is composed of multiple like scenes, like we saw in the original case of the Golden Idol game, where you sort of like see like one moment in time and like people reacting and the stuff in their pockets and like some other ancillary details, and you're kind of supposed to figure out like what happened and who the players are and all that nonsense. So like that is similar to the last game, but when you complete the individual cases that make up a chapter, then there's a meta puzzle, which sort of like takes arguably some elements from all of the individual like case screens. There's no good terminology that the game makes me aware of that makes it easier to talk about any of this. But like each one of the individual puzzles sort of like has their information tossed into a blender, and then you're supposed to do like, I think it's been between like 1 and 3 puzzles that sort of tie together the disparate things that you experienced in that chapter and seek to like advance the story. Now I've talked a little bit about this and I expect to complain about it later, but like I think that this game has a fundamentally very different philosophy about like what an individual scene should be showcasing, and as a result of that the storytelling is like a lot worse, which is why I'm not intending to recap very much. I can give you a broad overview, and I guess I will do that by nature of what's the order of operations? First this, I guess. I think that's correct. Then this. Did that already crash it? No, but I think clicking back in crashed it. I think 0 crashes is like a fool's errand. I apologize because I think someone bet 0 crashes, and like I regret to inform you that there's just no way. It's like physically impossible for this game to none crash. Oh, that's weird. Now it's in the background on monitor 1. Are you okay? Hey, Rise of the Golden Idol, you doing all right? Doing okay over there? Wildly unclear to me. May crash again. May crash several more times. Something I was doing recently caused, I think it was a different game, crash several times. Guess the day is lost. Sorry, Sniper Justin. I know you. I don't believe you've been here for all of the Rise of the Golden Idol streams and may not have had the full context of why we're even asking about the game crashing. But in reality, I think the smallest and perhaps average number of crashes this game has experienced per stream is one. But like, there have been at least 2 instances, like one where it crashed like 6 times, and like a separate one where it was definitely more than one. Okay, so now that we're not trying to transition from like a Chrome window to monitor 2, it's usually a little more stable. We'll see how that plays out. Also, the settings menu makes things upset. All of the screens are too loud. Since we've learned the mystery of the master slider, it's not quite so bad. Here's a recap. So the first chapter makes no sense. Like, it provides context for things that you, like, don't see again until the end of the game. It thinks it's being clever, but here's the problem. And I'm going to summarize this now, and we're going to talk about this later. But, like, the big fundamental problem for me about the way this all works is that individual scenes don't matter. It's only, like, the combination of scenes and the weird interstitial stuff they make up to tie them together that has any meaning in this game. Whereas in the first game, every individual scene mattered and told the story on its own, and it didn't need, like, fake cutscenes and the game to explain to you what was happening in between. In fact, I think one of the strengths of the first game was that it never did that, at least not until the DLC. Even then, it was better about it than this game. But, like, they went to great lengths to make it so that you, the player, could figure out what was going on between the scenes. And, like, that gave you a sense of pride and accomplishment. You know, everyone's favorite. But so, like, basically, like, there's some allusion to this guy called Hunter Wolf who's doing some, like, spooky stuff by the docks. And then, like, a bunch of people die under mysterious circumstances with red eyes. And then, the pursuit... I think is that the crime chapter where like you just like see a series of like crimes and then it contextualizes it that like all of the crimes were trying to gather parts to make a new makeshift golden idol that sucks and is really big. I think maybe the idea is that it's supposed to be like making fun of like large computers and actual Earth 1970s or whatever. I don't know. It didn't land for me. I think it's weird and annoying. Then the machine is like when the machine is built and they start doing experiments, and it sort of establishes this like quasi-scientific, almost Dharma initiative, like hippie adjacent science commune thing that like is half science, half weird nonsense, and it all kind of sucks. Don't worry about it. Then chapter 4, the trials, was awesome, and it sort of like set the groundwork like 4/5 of the way through the video game as to like what this video game is actually about, which is that like under the new constructed idol they figure out like a new fancy thing that the idol can do, which is the way they've reconstructed it, or something about how they put the new one together lets them transfer memories instead of just like adjusting the properties of like physical matter or whatever. And so now that takes us to the pinnacle. We'll see if the game crashes. Okay, great. So, this time around, it's sort of an escalation of that concept. The thing with the models, I'm pretty sure this has no relevance to the story at all. It just introduces some drugs that matter an extremely small amount to the plot. Then there's the boardroom brawl where the people who like the board that funds the science project is like, oh, we're gonna do this experiment and show how great the technology is, and then they realize that there's an accidental property of stealing memories where like the expectation is that like you point the idol at something, absorb the memories, and then project them into a different person. But a like film and camera lens somehow seem to like magnify that, so anyone watching a broadcast of like the idol projecting memories will also receive those memories. Then things escalated even further when there was an experiment done at a museum to try and tap into like an ancient artifact that contained memories of like a long dead like warlord. Um, and they were trying to get like access to even more memories from this ancient artifact. And so they like stacked a bunch of the lenses that they used to like determine the amount of time of like memory time that is accessed at once, and accidentally like magnified it to an outrageous degree, and like took an entire lifetime worth of evil memories and put them in a professor who then like went to go commit crimes. And then finally where we are now, the warehouse. Zago says, am I crazy, or does adjusting the properties of physical matter seem way more useful than transferring memories? It's debatable. It kind of depends on what your motive is, yeah? If you want to set fire to a guy, manipulating the properties of matter probably better for you. If you want to make everyone ideologically compatible with you by overriding their personalities, by like making a worldwide live broadcast and having everyone understand everything you've ever thought, the memory thing might be a little more useful. You are also the villain of the story. Hi, Cotillion. Welcome to the stream. You've just missed the recap. I'm sure you don't care. So, I'm gonna call that last bit the recap, but we're gonna talk a little bit about where we're at, because for the first time in Vasco the Gamer Plays Golden Idol Games history, we ended the last stream in the middle of a case, because this one had like a whole bunch. It had like two like separate cases in one, and it was getting late. And we managed to wrap up the situation with the residents of the docks. The short version of this is that we spent a bunch of time working out that like there are some homeless individuals who have been living at the docks. We figured out a timeline for when they arrived, which is also like they have a sort of internal agreement amongst themselves that like whoever's been here longest gets like the nicest dwellings among the ones available here at the docks. So we had to figure out which ones were which based on like someone's account of what is valuable, and then we had to like figure out who was here longest, and then that helped us place where they were at. So we have like names for them and whatever. One of the important things about this is that we learned that this guy used to be a criminal named like Elias Simpson or something, and he was causing trouble for all the other like homeless people, trying to like get them to do crimes and like threatening them with violence and stuff. And then this guy called Hunter Wolf, as it turns out, was actually using some variation of the Golden Idol to do like memory testing, and he like projected one of the like friendlier guys like entire personality onto this criminal, and then he became chill. What we don't know is like what happened to the original Luke. I kind of think they just killed him. I don't know. Wait, Elias Simpson was at the beach? I don't think so. There's like 1,000 names. No, it's Elijah Sinclair. Sorry. There's like 10 trillion names. Forgive me for remembering that he was ES and it was like an old-timey sounding E name and something else. Whatever. Guy got a wide head. He got a wide head. Listen, if you think you can do better than me at remembering every single arbitrary name in the video game, I encourage you to do so. Like, it's unbelievably difficult. They go so far out of their way to make every name like completely unique and almost irritating. I was worried it was connected somehow. I like the way you phrased that, but like, listen, I had strongly considered making a wager for tonight, being like, what will Vasco's one-word review of the plot be when we finish the final game? Like, terrible, bad, acceptable, good, like, incredible. But like, I don't know, it seemed too subjective, and also I think we all know it's gonna be bad. It's not gonna be any of the good or neutral ones. We've just laid no groundwork for anything satisfying to come from the conclusion of this. And again, I think we'll talk about this later. But for now, I've somehow spent 18 minutes on this, and I don't want to. The important thing is that what remains are two final orders of business. I have to figure out what happened in September, and I have to figure out what's going on in, quote, the game. Because on this fancy rich people's yacht named the Seabreeze, there's like a bunch of people who are wearing the name tags of other people, pretending to be them and answering questions for a party game as if there's someone else. So I have to sort of like detangle this this cluster of mates. Looking forward to the DLC already. We will talk about it. I've learned something about the DLC, a misconception I had about the DLC. All right, so something I want to look at right away because I know I'll forget if I don't do it right away. Is the DLC happening? So the short version, and we'll explain more about this later, is like, for sure, I think when we finish the main game, we're going to start playing the DLC. And then when we start playing the DLC, we're going to talk about whether we're playing more DLC. But I think that will be in the hands of the community at large. But for now, yes is the answer, yes. So here on the yacht, there's a digicam, which, again, this technology seems incongruous for the time, but whatever. It's the style of the 1970s with the big idol that is an acronym like the Thunderbird's FAB or whatever. So this appears to be a simplified view of the top deck of this ship. So like one of the women is here, she is blonde, two guys show up. I'm not sure I understand the digicam's purpose. I'm sure I don't understand it, Sarah, if that helps. So one guy takes a drink. The other guy just like sort of floops around. So the first guy, so is that the important thing? The first guy who's here spills his drink. We know from looking at the, whatever this is, the techno harpsichord, that like someone spilled a drink on it and it sucks. So it's, I think it's like the first guy who is here takes a drink and spills it on the thing. And then, like, more people just kind of filter in, but I don't really get a sense that anything important happens, other than maybe I don't know, those two women maybe kiss, but it's probably European. And then they're all, like, semicircled around the entrance. I don't know. I don't know if anything else matters there. I think the glass thing is important. I hate when I get liquid all over my techno harpsichord. It's rough out there, man. You gotta be really careful with the techno harpsichord. It's surprisingly difficult to find someone who works on it because it doesn't exist, and also it's a delicate piece of technology that is really expensive to maintain, I assume. Are you sure we're not watching Pong? No, not totally, but like weird Pong. But hey, I got really good at that one weird Pong in Techno Babylon, so we might be good. Okay, let's start somewhere. Not here. Let's not start here. The game? You just lost it? Does anyone actually like the game? When the 6-7 thing entered the public lexicon earlier this year, a bunch of people were like, millennials need to calm down about this because millennials love the game. I hate the game. I think the game is the dumbest thing of all time. I've always disliked it, and thusly I feel justified in also not liking 6-7 because I'm like, you're correct, they're the same, and I hate them equally. So here's first pass what I think I'm gonna do. If for no other reason than I think it will make it easier to track the information that we get as we go along. To be clear, if you're just joining us, I'm starting from ground zero on this. I don't think any of the like figuring out the homeless hierarchy at the docks is relevant to this, or if it is, it's not immediately clear to me why, so we'll have to figure that out tonight anyway. So we're starting from ground zero basically to work out who these people are and who they're answering as. And once we have that information, then we will tackle the events of Autumn. And then we, I think, have one final meta puzzle to tie some nonsense together, and then we'll get there. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at each one of these people and like put in the first name on their weird name piece of paper as the answered as. I don't know that that's like 100% correct, and that may be like an entirely false assumption. But I think it's a good starting place to track at least like what we're looking at. So this guy has the thing that says Brock. Brock it is. This lady is Tucker. You know, I'm like presumably most of the way through the second game, and I'm still not sure like I've mastered the new Windows system. This guy is Olivia. This guy is not appearing in this film. This lady is Arabella. Lady Arabella, everyone's favorite musical artist. This lady is Gabriel. What's the deal with that guy? Why is he not one of the guys? And then question mark, and then Prophet. You understand. Cotillion gets it. Even if Cotillion did not catch the entire stream yesterday, which I can't emphasize enough, is not necessarily important to understanding the plot, because it feels like they're making it up as they go. Okay, so what other information do we have on these people? Fine, close every window, see if I care. This guy is... I don't know, he's got a business card that he is a Hat's brother estate man. So I feel like it is reasonably safe to assume that his actual name is Hats. This guy, he possesses a flyer for Sterling's Stamina Fuel. I'm going to assume that's a first name. I think Sterling can be either. Knowing this game, all bets off. I don't know. The conjugation makes me think it's a first name. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, because he asked the question. Maybe they do that. Maybe they do the drawing from the hat every round, which would then make it kind of like, what was that weird movie I watched earlier this year, where some like crazy guy brought a machine to a party that like changed everyone's consciousness into a random body if everyone like hooked their brains up to it. It was just like an insane... I don't know why anyone would agree to that. And I certainly don't know why like 8 people would agree to that. So Cordelia is the last name, which tracks. But like, it doesn't... I mean, I guess it answers the question in the sense that this window is like what they answered as. But like, I still feel like it begs the question, like, why doesn't this guy get like a place to fill in his name? It just seems incongruous in a way that makes me upset. It won't surprise you. Okay, this lady. I think the depiction on this flyer is similar enough to her physical features that our takeaway is supposed to be that she is Fairchild. Now, again, whether Fairchild is a first or a last name remains to be determined in a court of law. Is there... Fairchild, okay. And then you also have card, Head of Public Relations for NBB. Dear Miss Prescott. Well, we'll go with Prescott, huh? Wait a minute. Isn't Prescott the last name of the model agency lady? Am I crazy? Celebrate on Gabriel's yacht. I feel like Gabriel has to be the one asking, right? Maybe. And let's take another pass where we just look at face value, the thing each person is saying. I fear people will actually start working out instead of drinking my trash supplements. So that's got to be this guy, right? So he's Brock Sterling. That one seems easy. He's supplement guy. It's not the easiest for like rearranging slots, I'll say, despite the fact that it's kind of designed that it should be. So Prescott, the name of the lady that was trying to get the lens from the drive in movies. I don't think so. Was she? You might be right about that. But like, wasn't the person... Maybe it's like one of those aliases. Chapter like 2 or 3 had like 80 aliases for like 2 different characters, which I didn't think was very interesting. But like someone, like the lady of the crime duo was like trying to call the movie theater to like buy the lens, and they wouldn't agree to it. And so the other guy like came in with some blue paint and like did crime. Okay. So, I already got this guy open. I fear my husband's next expensive toy will bankrupt us, and we will have to move to a smaller villa than Cordelia's. So there's 3 women here. Olivia is the one... There's like only one who has a wedding ring. So I feel like that's what we're going for here. So, the married woman isn't Cordelia. The married woman is Olivia. She's married to the guy, but I don't immediately know that that tells me anything that's useful. Let's look at hers. I fear women I date are more interested in my looks than my real estate portfolio. You know, I didn't clock yesterday how absolutely ludicrous of a sentiment this is. So we know that this guy is in real estate, which makes me think it's this guy, which makes me think that this guy's Tucker Hats, which is a absolutely absurd name. But, like, I want you to consider that, like, she's saying that this guy is worried that he's too handsome. I'm going to stop talking for a minute to allow you to appreciate that any individual person depicted in any one of these games could have the concern that they are too attractive for their own good. Okay, moving on. She never said good looks. Okay, you know what? That's an interesting... Well, more interested in my looks. I feel like it's a strong implication of positive, though. It says, Tucker Hats, I hardly know her. Well, you know, sometimes you gotta make a bold first move. Something I would know nothing about. Okay, moving on. The lady who's clearly wearing, like, a mop on her head. I fear that Olivia will overcome her distaste for children and want one of her own. Yeah, that tracks. So then Gabriel and Olivia are married, but I don't know their last name, do I? Wait a minute. What do I know? What do I know? Gabriel's yacht. So it's his yacht. Oh, hang on. Signed Olivia Gerard. So that means... Gerard. Okay. Not immediately sure what that does for me, but something. September 17th. Sure. It's my turn. Tell me, what is your greatest fear, Cordelia? So Cordelia is like one of them. I guess I don't know if Prescott. I feel like I have to turn to my expert consultant on this, Zacula. If what Cotillion proposed is true, that would mean that this lady is your favorite character in the video game. Tessa Navari. Now she sported a couple different hairdos, and they're all bad. I don't know that that's her. I mean, the wig is really conspicuous. Yeah, currently we still have like 2 women who could be Cordelia. Although, hang on. Olivia. Answer as Arabella. Which one's you? You there. I fear my daddy will stop funding my hobby business, and I will have to start doing real work. So that sure sounds to me like her, like the glasses lady, because she has a hippie flyer with a little cartoon doodle of her that's very cute. So like that seems like the independently wealthy sort of thing. So I'm gonna say she's Arabella, which means Arabella Fairchild, and that makes you Cordelia. I'm so good at video game. We're like hair don'ts, am I right? You are correct, Jatoad. You are correct. There says she likes Arabella as a name. It is a nice name. I agree. Okay, so okay. Here's a moment where I want to stop and talk about the storytelling in this game. I have solved the party. I don't care about a single one of these characters. Now, I know that I still have the autumn report to generate here, and maybe once I've sussed out exactly what all these blanks mean, maybe I'll care about one of these characters. But I just feel like if we follow the design philosophy of the case of the Golden Idol, by the point where I know this much about the party, like, I feel like I know something interesting about at least half of these characters, and then maybe some of the other ones I learn something interesting about as I fill out the rest. But here, all I've done is, like, figure out, like, their day job, to some extent. Okay? I don't know. Like, am I crazy? I just feel like it's not... I don't know. Whatever. Autumn. In September, blank blank used the blank on blank blank to blank blank blank. And then on blank blank, who was on the blank blank, to blank 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 using a blank blank. During the party, blank blank blanked a blank to blank, revealing a lack of blank blank. Yeah, obviously. I think most of that goes without saying. Sabotaged synthesizer to avoid revealing a lack of musical skills. Now, the person who did that is whoever the first guy is on the boat. Do I have any idea who that is? Because the security footage is dog water. Dear connoisseur of more particular entertainment, thank you for your interest in our event and your prompt payment. To receive an authentic experience and avoid legal troubles, use the equipment enclosed to tune in at 9 p.m. on September 17th. You will see it happen via live broadcast, no recordings. This is annoying to me because, like, whatever this is feels like it's the most interesting part about this scene or what have you, and like it barely seems related. Do you remember the blank 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 of September? You know, I'm a little foggy on the details, if I could be completely honest with you on that, Sarah. I mean, it feels like the implication is that it's Gabriel, right? Because they're here to begin with, and it's their boat, and they're throwing a party on their boat, so they're probably there first. So I'm going to say that, Gabriel Gerard sabotaged the synthesizer. Now, what was going on in the blank, 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 blank of September? Blank used the blank on blank to blank, blank, blank. Now blank, blank, who was on the sea break. Blank, 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 using blank. Figure out who it was by figuring out where he winds up at the end. That's an interesting thought. Do we know what the actual time is now? I don't think that's a really interesting suggestion, Katane, but I don't think that works because they don't end up here. Well, I don't know. I guess blonde. I mean, there's some creative liberty taken. But yeah, I mean, even following that, my suspicion would be correct. The guy who goes over to the piano is the guy who's standing kind of between the blondes, who's the guy I think he is. So, like, either way, I think we're covered. But, like, again, other than just, like, making the educated guess that because he owns this boat, it's either him or his wife who's, like, watching this Secret broadcast? I mean, I think I'm supposed to, like, take away some hint about the fact that he can't suddenly play music while he has to sabotage the thing. But, like... Actually, hold on. Let me go back to the docs. There's a note about this? Is it here or the other room? Idle range commands. Yeah, the only thing of note is that you can only take things, including memories, locally, not remotely. So you wouldn't be able to, like, have someone watch a video of the idol through a live feed and then take their memory of how to play the techno harpsichord. You would have to do that in the same location, which means that the only thing that could have happened to the other guy is that he received something, but it's not clear to me why that would suddenly give him a lack of musical knowledge. Harry is ready. Using the... hold on. September. I now have the means to get better people into powerful positions. With my method, the rich scumbags are practically volunteering to be improved. This should work. Look at Luke. He's become the best assistant I've ever had. But here's the thing. What happened here? I mean, I feel like I'm led... I feel like I'm meant to presume that this dotted square outline probably housed the idol. Right? So we pointed this camera that has all the same rigging as the receiver on the boat hooked up to the TV. We pointed that at an idol, and then we projected memories onto that guy. But I don't feel like there's anything in the boat scene that, like, makes it clear to me, like, what, like, happened to him. Like, am I being ridiculous? Blank, blank. So, like, presumably, we're talking about Hunter Wolf using the idol. On blank to... Okay, hold on. Go back to the docks. Let me overhear your conversation again. Probably not you. Give him some music. Hunter Wolf saved us more than once already. He has been elevated. Soon enough, he will come, and you will see the proof that it can happen to you. Oh! Oh, okay. No, I get it. I understand. I get it. So, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, this used to be a man. It's not anymore. Look at him. He's quite dead. He's quite empty. To this point, we haven't figured out what causes this exact state, where, like, someone has red eyes and it just simply is dead from causes unknown. Something earlier in the game, like, tried to, like, lie and say it was drugs, but I think it was clear that they were lying when they said that. What appears to have actually happened is that Hunter Wolf used the idol on the timeline one. Harry Stone to take all memories, and then on Gabriel Gerard, who was on the Seabreeze, to give all memories using a live broadcast. Here's what I don't understand. This is something that, like, so this concept of, like, overwriting someone's personality is, like, newish. Like, it was only introduced for the very first time in the scene right before this. And in that scene, originally, we saw some memories be taken and like projected onto someone else. And then like they made it clear that when that happened, they had access to the memories that were projected to them, but also all of their own memories. But then when they tried to like take all of the memories from one person and put them on another person, then that the individual who received those memories like started doing crimes. But like the amount of information available to us is limited. What we don't know for sure is like if you copy paste all memories, does that just remove the old memory? Like nothing makes that like 100% clear. I think you could like make an educated guess that that happens, but I don't think anything has made that like explicitly clear so far. Sarah suggests musical memories? Maybe. It feels like it could be. It feels like it's probably something along those lines. Musical. Oh, maybe. I mean. No, okay. It likes musical. Try memories. No, it likes skills. It's something else. But it's two that are wrong, right? Isn't that what this result means? If I just like put a random word and it's incorrect, and then I put memories. Sorry, if I put skills, that means that makes this is definitely correct. And in this current configuration, there are exactly two wrong. Because making this wrong makes three wrong. Did you miss the opportunity to say something on that note? I don't catch your meaning, Jatillers, but I'm pretty sure that was very clever. I'm too focused on what I'm doing to track the presumed pun. Use the idol on Harry Stone to take all memories, and then on Gabriel. Is the idea that it's like not Hunter Wolf and I'm using like a fake name again or something? Or am I misremembering? Isn't Hunter Wolf the guy? Change all to musical. In both of the first no, I don't think that can be right. Because I mean, it's kind of a murky area, but like how do you what is your understanding that like he absorbed the absence of musical memories from the homeless guy and projected them onto the rich guy? Like, how does that concept work? I think all 10 are the word musical, but I guess he could try. That would be really funny. I wonder if there was a point in the development of these games where they didn't, like, categorize these. There weren't, like, name colors and whatever, and you could just put all of them everywhere. That definitely makes the game more difficult. I don't know that it gives a better result. I think you only wanted to learn music. No, but so, okay. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I suspect you are interpreting things in a way differently to what makes sense to me at the very least. Which is... my interpretation is that the only reason that this guy would need to sabotage this instrument is because there is an expectation that this guy in the first place has musical abilities that he no longer has because he has someone else's personality inside of his body, and that guy doesn't know how to play a techno harpsichord. Like if the rich guy was like trying to learn to play the techno harpsichord, why would we have it in the first place? And also, I don't know. it feels to me like if his goal was simply to learn a skill, I think this would be presented differently. This seems really ominous. Thought he ordered the broadcast to learn it. I mean, that's not the takeaway that I have from this. To me, this seems like something that's like understood to be explicitly like shady in some way. And I don't think like a broadcast that would show you how to play an instrument would be like hush hush under the table secret note, you know? I think it would just be like, please tune in at 9 p.m. to watch the musical lesson program, right? Like you wouldn't need to be super coy about it. Also, and maybe I'm reading too much or too little into this, but like I feel like if everyone came here with the express idea that this was going to be like a musical performance, well, I don't know, maybe you're right. Her letter does say that he just bought this stupid expensive thing. But it still doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it explains what happened here though. Cuz like these guys are talking about what happened to the dude who's dead in the storage crate. And like this guy says he's been elevated. Soon enough he will come and you will see the proof that it can happen to you too. So like this guy is the assistant of Hunter Wolf, who's the guy who's making this happen. So like I feel like the implication is that like we're replacing rich people with like decent homeless people and then trying to use them to affect positive change in the world theoretically. So like the notion that like and like maybe this is another case where the game is just like deliberately framing something in a misleading way. But like if he simply gave musical because it doesn't say like it says he used the idol to do it. It's not one of those ones where it's framed like he made an agreement to do blank and in actuality blank happened. Like it feels to me like what this is saying is that the end result is that dude doesn't exist anymore. Maybe take and give are backwards. I don't think that's what. Listen, for the sake of argument, like I've litigated why I don't think my understanding of the scene doesn't make this make sense. Okay. So that suggests that all is correct. Using a... Is this something stupid? Give me a second. No, it's Quasar is the thing. Quasar is the name of the treasure on the Grand Line. I think grammatically give and take are backwards. How so? How do you mean? Because like when the idol like absorbs something from someone, the command is take, right? I mean, I'm trying to, I'm going by what the game has given me so far, and genuinely sometimes it is a mistake to do that, which is fun for everyone involved. But like, I mean, part of me wants to be like, is it not live broadcast? We're talking about the equipment, but I don't think so. And then I'm like, is it? It wants a proper name for the synthesizer, but like, no, I don't think that's it either. Like, I'm looking for such like pedantic. Avoid caused. It's gotta be sabotaged. Give. It probably is a weird scenario-based thing, but it doesn't like that any better. I mean, is it? I mean, okay, I'm gonna try something. So we don't see Hunter Wolf here, right? Like, he could have done this and then left. I mean, frankly, the idol is not currently here. So, like, he could have done it and then moved the idol off-site. But, like, just because, like, Luke is here and he knows what happened, I'm gonna try putting in Luke's name. Luke Brown? Okay, that's not surprising to me, but it felt like that was worth trying. Did I do a dumb thing? Is it like... Hunter Wolf. No, that's right. It's not Wolf Hunter. Yeah, as Katarian says, you can't take remotely, so they couldn't have, like, absorbed the rich guy's memories and put them somewhere else. They overwrote him by taking the guy who's dead in the storage crate and putting him on the rich guy who owns the boat. Is it definitely Harry Stone? Yes. Yes. Because the reason this guy is dead with red eyes is because they took out his memories and put them in the other guy. And we already have confirmation that this guy who looks like this is named Harry Stone. So yes, I believe so. Unless I'm making some, like, extraordinarily, like, severe miscalculation. Like, it feels like the information bears that out. Take all memories. Then on Gabriel Gerard. Uh-huh. Using air. It's the idol and Harry Stone to take all memories. Then on Gabriel Gerard and Seabreeze to give all memories using. Maybe Gabriel didn't sabotage it then? Oh, no, you're probably right. It's probably the same stupid idiot thing from the museum, isn't it? Man, I'm so pissed off if that's true. That's such dog water. Like, just make a good puzzle. Stop trying to, like, gotcha me. Oh my god, I want to swear so bad. It's so dumb. It's not a good puzzle. It's like the game lying to you. That's so stupid. Stop doing the same bad thing and calling it a puzzle. If you just keep lying to me, then I'm just gonna stop playing your game. That's so stupid. When the bandit Elijah decided to extort money from the dock's inhabitants, Hunter Wolf set up a trap for him and used the idol to replace Elijah's personality with that of Luke Brown. A month later, Hunter Wolf remotely replaced Gabriel's mind with Harry Stone's. Again, you know, I find myself reaching the conclusion of that, and not only being annoyed because I just think that's such a dumb gotcha, especially to pull, like, multiple times. Because, like, it's the same guys. It's Gabriel. He's looks the same. He's wearing a ring. It's, if, like, worst case scenario, you should be able to, like, interchange the names, because in order to have either of those names in that slot, it means you have to have all the stuff up top, which requires correct naming placement to be correct, which means that you, the player, have already demonstrated that you understand what happened here. So, like, it's such a pedantic garbage way to write your puzzle where you're like, tee hee, the only correct answer is the one that we say is right, even though, like, at best, you could debate who, like, what the name of this individual is now. Just put the Tuvix in the bag. Get on with your day. Okay, homeless game show horror. Great start to whatever is left. A contestant died while filming the pilot episode of a new TV game show last night. Bum Wars was billed as a, quote, hilarious upcoming series in which homeless contenders compete for prizes in a series of bizarre challenges. Listen, I know we're basically referencing, like, the extremely distasteful, like, bum fights or whatever that was from the early aughts, but, like, chill out, man. Like, you're seriously gonna pull this garbage with this bad puzzle and then be like, tee hee, bums. Like, get lost, man. Chill out. Like, you don't have the sufficient moral high ground to spend your capital on this after, like, making two puzzles borderline unsolvable through sheer rotting garbage. The victim, who has yet to be named, died in a, quote, shopping cart jousting trial gone wrong. New Wells TV said it made an error in judgment by funding the pilot. You know what this sounds like, actually? Is, like, does anyone know about the relatively recent drama with The Bachelorette, where they had to scrap an entire already filmed, almost released season of reality TV? But not just that. They had to, like, scrap a 23-year-old, like, reality TV show series because, like, some lady got caught in a super bad scandal. But, like, the thing that made absolutely no sense about it was that, like, it was, like, a woman who, like, famously had, like, substance abuse problems, and, like, it was known that this, like, incident happened where, like, she physically assaulted her husband and, like, almost, like, severely injured her child, and, like, that was the thing that got the show canceled. And it was like, well, yeah, people knew about that. And then, like, it got released to, like, an even more public venue. But you had to know about this because you hired the person knowing that they were famous for these things. Zago says this game can go fly a kite. Well, they tried, and then it looked like this because they just don't understand how things work. CEO U-turn shock. The CEO of Hesperia's largest clothing company baffled investors by voting against his own plans yesterday. That seems like a 500 IQ play. Textilian boss Darren Dixon had previously put forward a motion to build several new factories in the East. For some reason, that font makes that look like cast. Ignoring concerns about pollution and wage exploitation. At a board meeting yesterday, Mr. Dixon was voted to scrap the project. Despite this, the original motion sailed through, 12 votes to 1. They both failed again. They both failed again. I guess you're just saying that, like, it didn't impact the long-term bad decision-making of these entities? I think that might have been somewhat demonstrated on the TV show Jackass back in the day. That's probably true. I am, like, the wrong audience to ask about that. Jack, yes, in light of our new discoveries, the potential for this technology to be abused should it fall in the wrong hands is scarily high. And our boss is an idiot. True, that's true. But I am monitoring him, Tim, and Nathan, so everything's under my control. By the way, do you know where that moron has placed the empty square Lemurian disk? We should be careful when storing such things. Okay, great. It's the final countdown. Drag the pictures into the comic is an unexpected command from the video game. The stew that blinds you for about 1 month, the stew that blinds you for about 3 days, the stew that blinds you for exactly 1 day, and the stew that blinds you for 1 minute. And then, like, all, or like lifetime. It feels like there should be a more precise word to go here than what appears to be available to me. I don't think it's conscious. Maybe we could argue it's conscious. This is... So this is give. This is take. This is matter. This is heat. This is memory. Red pips show how much, I'm going to say, memory is stored on a disk. Disks never deplete. Like, even though they're kind of analog, it just remains in there forever because the technology is magic and made up. The first time I saw an episode of Jackass was 13. Can only assume it was the same feeling a medieval pilgrim got after months of traveling. They finally laid eyes on Jerusalem. Oh, that seems like a very different take than I ever had to Jackass. Is anyone excited for the upcoming movie? I'm often surprised because like I feel like I, for most of my life, haven't really known anyone to like talk about it, and yet every now and then like one of these projects comes out, people are like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna see it in theaters. When the crystal is red, the idol is full, and the blank in the take command does nothing, like the goggles. When the crystal is blue, the idol is empty. To empty the idol, use the give command on either an empty disk? This seems like the only one that fits the first slot. Or a something, or an, I guess, a conscious person as opposed to like a dead person. Drag the pictures onto the comic. Okay, hold on. So what we're saying is, this is take memory, all, no memory. What the eyes be? Oh, the eyes become red, of course. Of course. Oh, I understand. So this has to start empty, and then become full, and then it starts full, and then becomes empty. So these presumably each have their own distinct consciousness, but then both become pink-brained. Just moments ago, before the Albion Kings faced the Ruritanian Dragons, some 90,000 supporters have already taken their seats in the Eclair Stadium in New Wells. Across Hesperia and around the world, hundreds of millions more will be watching live as the Peel Finals get underway. I got juked. That wasn't the final chapter at all. There's a whole other thing. It literally said the final chapter, and it wasn't, and it lied to me yet again. The game is very dishonest. Final Clash, a Peel match to remember. Didn't we see people holding a Peel ball? Why are they trying to make it look like soccer/football again? The game may crash, it's unclear. There are 0 words in 84 spots? What the heck does that mean? There's like 5 things to do? Oh man, we're gonna be here all the rest of my life. 84 is a lot. Not in dog years. Okay, hold on. See, I wasn't imagining it. Someone's sneaking around. Anyway, we should return. It's time to start the transfer to the TV station. Why are we, like, messing around outside? Okay, hold on. Happy customer project checklist at the lab. 1 minute lens installed. Check. Mr. Marmot has filled idle with the material. Check. Idle's interior and control panels locked. Check. Boss signed, lady signed, scientist signed. At 2 p.m. idle, red crystal. Handed over to 2 guards for transfer to TV station. Not yet signed off by Maria Westlake or Begrier. At the TV station, at 3 p.m. at latest, idle. Red crystal, control and interior panels locked. Handed over to Jack and Eugene at TV station. They have to sign receipt. It's weird that this is all in the same document, but okay. Go live for the commercial break during the Peel finals at 5 p.m. And this guy says, it must have been someone connected to those blasted hippies. They strike again. And this guy has like a... No, not a bracelet. It's the thing he picked up off the ground. It's like a bandana or a scarf or something. And it says... Take memory, give fire. Or give heat. Also, what's the deal with this guy's gun? Security Captain Begrier? Okay, sure. I probably should know that, but I don't. You can't make me care. You can't pay me enough to care. Tim Spender? Like this guy? Bottle of soda that reeks of rotten eggs? That's... Why? Why does it do that? Did you fart in the soda? Don't fart in the soda. It already has a gas. Don't fart in the soda. Whiskey flask. 15269. Oh my, that was disgusting. Don't fart in the soda. Wait a minute. They painted the idol to look like the orange mascot? Yeah, I know. I see the clocks at the top of the screen. Listen, I can only take on so much suffering at once. Allow me to take the suffering on in the desired time frame, Cotillion. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't expecting there to be a whole 84 words of nonsense. Okay, hold on. It currently has red crystal and 1 minute. You must have all the suffering at the same time. No, see, that's what life is like outside of the stream. During the stream, I'm supposed to have control over how much suffering I take on. And it's always a larger number than is safe. Okay, hold on. There's another note. Upgraded security protocol. Since the attack of the empathy cult, boy, I really don't like the overtones of 2026 and what's going on here, huh? Which followed the dismissal of our consultant, we must take every precaution to ensure the idol's safety. So that implies that Zacula's favorite character tried to do a crime at some point off screen. God, it makes me crazy how much of the like plot of this game happens off screen. Like, I legitimately think the first game does a good job of like having things happen between the scenes, but like also making it clear what happened without like writing a note that says, we fired that lady when you weren't looking. Okay. 1. An OPIG certified guard should always be present with the idol. 2. Keys to the lab are granted only to me, Sir Galahad and I, Marie, Tim, and the shift guard. The idol's control panel and interior are now protected with a PIN code available only to me, Marie, and Jack. But Tim has it. Tim has it. I'm pretty sure Tim has it. This sync, there's... What are you talking about, video game? How is this how do you choose to spend your time, video game? Why are you like this? There's a whole hotspot for there's vomit in the sink. Mom's spaghetti. Her biggest crime is being alive. And there's no making up for a crime like that, really. Okay, this poster I didn't notice before. If the focus crystal's blue, idol is empty. If the focus crystal is red, it is full. If the idol contains information, to successfully use the give command, there must be a valid information vessel within range. A living, awake human being. Okay, that was the conscious emphasis. For the idol to perform any function, the matter button must be switched on. If they ever made a third game, or say 4 DLCs for this game, I feel like that's maybe like the last bastion of trying to like do a new thing with it, which isn't true. You could easily just make, like, they made up the whole memory button for this game that just like didn't appear in the first game at all, to my recollection. Or maybe it was like in one of those things where like no one knows what these symbols are, but we're not going to translate them because we want to leave it open for a sequel. But like it's weird that like matter remains constant if it must always be part of the equation. You understand? And then the door is locked. Okay, and then this. Okay, that's just out. Hold on. The game is not crashing, but what is it doing? Why does the game run so bad? Okay, hold on. Let me look at this truck. Og, what the heck is this? This is B. Myson. He has a note. It's got some constellations on it. I don't really understand them for the moment. The crystal is blue. It is giving memories of being really wait, is that really what's happening? Did Tim project a memory of like drinking rancid fart soda into the crystal? They're just missing the point of origin. You're so real for that, Cotillion. That's definitely what's happening. Dude, this seems like something that like this seems like an application of the idol that distinguishes like a megalomaniacal supervillain and like a street level thug is like, I'm going to imprint my consciousness on all of humanity and then I will be everyone and everyone will be me. Versus like, tee-hee, I'm gonna like do a jackass stunt and make everyone remember drinking a fart soda for a whole minute and everyone in the world will throw up at the same time. And then whatever this is, it is a month disc, or it is like a 4 disc. And then in this case, we got the minute lens, but not the other lens. And then this guy, a bit of snow falls and everyone starts driving like a snail. This is Bagreer. This guy also had a gun, yeah? If that thing is a safety switch, they're both in the same position. He is much too close to the car in front of and behind him. I just want you to know. Hi, Nago, welcome to the stream. I hope you are well rested and also doing well. We're watching this guy throw up on an infinite loop. How are you? Are you better than that? Are you better than this guy? TV. Oh, no, the cursor's still moving. Sorry, the music was taking all the processing power for that intense chord. Okay, so now it's set up to have absorbed everything. Everything. And it's red. There's blue here. So did Tim Spender sabotage this or work with someone who did sabotage this? I mean, he sort of has motive, I guess, because everyone like really casually exposed his affair and probably ruined his life. But it still kind of suggests he had to be working with someone else. So he projected into the guard like to feel sick so that then we could fill the red crystal with something else. And it looks like it absorbed someone's like whole personality. Yes, everything. I don't even know what that's from, but I know the clip. I've seen it many times. I also know a bit of trivia about the thing that I don't know the thing from which it originated. Which is that, like, that was like an ad-lib take that they weren't expecting to use, but the director liked it, so they used it even though it's, like, goofy. That's from Leon the Professional? Okay. That's a movie I, like, heard about this year through other circumstances. I saw someone like post a clip of some good scene in it, and everyone's like, "Wow, I should check out this movie." And everyone's like, "Don't. The movie's bad, but this one scene's kind of good." I don't know if that's true, but that's what people were saying. How are there like 53 additional things I haven't looked at? Where even the heck is they? Do I have to solve this? The goal of the OPIG Corporation's Happy Customer Project was to blank. To achieve this, those behind the project wanted to use the idol to increase the sales of... No, increase the... I don't know why there's a blue word here. I was expecting the sentence to say something along the lines of increase the sales of delicious orange soda. Oh no, wait. With the drug euphoria? Wait, what? What is this sentence saying? To achieve this, those behind the project wanted to use the idol to increase the... To blank the blank... Okay. To achieve this, those behind the project wanted to use the blank to blank the blank of blank blank with the drug euphoria to the millions of spectators watching the blank blank. What is wrong with you? How do you write this sentence that it's not like ludicrously insane? This project was invented and led by, I mean, it's gotta be Eugene Marmot. That dude sucks. That guy is awful. He's not even like cool awful. He's just like aggressively incompetent. So the someone walking around is this guy for sure, yeah? Why did he fart in the soda? Why would you do it? The item contains information to successfully use the give command. There must be a valid information. Right. Since he attacked the empathy cult, let's take every precaution to ensure the idol's safety. Perfect certified guard should always be present with the idol. Keys to the lab are granted only to Marie, Tim, and the shift guard. The idol's control panel material protected with the bank. That Tim doesn't have. Signed your G. Vomit on the sweater already. Okay. Also watching the... Okay. Sorry. I had to do that in real time to process it. Okay. So the goal of OPIG Corporation's Happy Customer Project was to increase O-Range sales. I was expecting this, for some reason I was expecting this to here. I think that's legitimately an error on my part. To achieve the increased Orange sales, those behind the project wanted to use the idol to give the memories of drinking Orange with the drug euphoria to millions of spectators watching the Peel finals. The project was led by Eugene Marmot because he absolutely sucks. He blows so hard. So this is supposed to tie into the stupid beach thing from before and make it seem relevant. So, like, they drugged everyone so, like, they would have really intense happy feelings while drinking the orange soda, and then, like, they were going to project that feeling onto, like, the entire populace of the earth so that everyone would drink orange soda. Truly psychotic garbage. But that does seem to unlock more of it. October 3rd, now I have a new thing. It's Idle. There's a lot. There's a lot. Sharing truly positive feelings about Orange with an unlimited audience. Glad to hear it. He's even titled himself Head of Speculative Investment. With me in the room, he must not succeed. Hey, what's your secret, Tim? I've never seen Nathan fast-track a budget as quickly as he did with the, quote, happy customer project. I've also heard rumors that he regularly visits that lab of yours. Is that true? Because he hasn't done on-site trips like that in years. Anna. I probably should know who Anna is, but this game is extremely bad about providing information in a way that makes it memorable. Why do you think this lady is wearing a shirt that just says E on it? Her name is like Marie Westlake or something, isn't it? I know we've always had our differences, but you're right. We must take action. Just yesterday, that imbecile made me rearrange the lab's furniture using feng shui principles. Marie, your updated idol proposal is much more interesting now that you've placed the skills and obedience training within military context. The army is our dream client, but the higher-ups will need to see a very convincing demonstration before they're willing to begin talks with us. I'm sure you will have a role to play working under Eugene. I can't... It makes me so unhappy that Eugene Marmont just, like, has failed so far upward. The only thing that will, like, move the needle on me being satisfied with this ending is him being sent to, like, the Shadow Realm or something. Like, something, like, truly miserable happening to this guy. Okay. There is something mildly amusing to me about these two finally working together. That brings me a small amount of happiness. It's everyone's favorite character. You lied to me! You are my worst student ever. I thought you cared about spreading enlightenment, but you just want to shove an ad down everybody's throats. Beware, empathy will have its revenge. Alright, that language doesn't feel like it fits the whatever. Oh, look. It's my least favorite character. The student has surpassed the master. Nothing can stop my rise to the top. You are fired. Yeah, this dude sucks. Madam, don't make us use more force than is necessary. Why would you ever be using more force than is necessary? At most, you should be using the necessary amount of force. Your access card, madam. You are banned from the premises. Our stress tests have not discovered any limitations so far, Mr. Hoyle. I have a high degree of confidence in this project having successful outcomes. This is very exciting. If the project succeeds, the implications are enormous. The consumer market is just the first step. I have much bigger goals in mind. Jack, do you think there's a distance or scale limit? And that's all the TV there is. Shortly before... Hang on. At each of these times, what did the idol contain, and who was the last person to have used it? I don't know that I know this. Shortly before Eugene and Jack left the laboratory, blank, blank of the blank. Last user, blank, blank. Memories of the orange. No, good memories of the orange. This was the plan. Step 1. It was happening correctly. Last user was I mean her? how do I know this? How would I know the specific person who did that? I guess just because she's the only one there and the other two folks who signed off on it left? Whatever. Marie Westlake. When the idol was loaded on the security van, bad memories of the O Ranch. And presumably that had to be Tim Spender because he is the one who experienced it. Like, this name might be wrong, but I think conceptually we're doing okay so far. So this is moments after a disaster, right? The fact that the vomit is in the sink and the fact that he's drinking the alcohol means that he already here has put the memory in the crystal. Which would also suggest that he had to do something with the positive memories of drinking the soda. Which I guess technically he could have just shot at himself. Maybe. There are some discs in the room. It's just like not clear that one of them was used to me, I think, to Tambien. When the idol arrived at the TV station, this is where I'm like not totally. So like it has like it has a whole lifetime worth of memories. From the square disc. But what is the square disc? I mean, the fact that it is later calibrated to have all the lenses means that it took all of someone's... Give memories of fart soda. It doesn't show me the button. I suppose it would just be take memories. It's weird, like, there's no real analog for the lenses in the first game. It's kind of like a weird conceit of the second game. I'm not sure I know exactly... I mean, I guess it's like... all memories of the square disc. But, like... Who did it? It can't be the guard himself. Because, like, why would he have to sabotage himself if that was the case? But, like, who had access? There's, like, there's barely enough space for the things that are already in the van. Like, what? I mean, the fact that this disc is, like, haphazardly taped to the wall of the truck, and the subsequent fact that, like, an entire lifetime's worth of memories was taken makes me think that's, like, what's going on. But, like, no, wait, what is this? What is this? What is this? What's the takeaway? Doesn't the guy puking imply that he's the one who did it? Elaborate. I sort of understand what you're saying. took the gross memories from the idol so he could fill it with whatever. I guess. I mean, I understand the reasoning of that to some extent. It's a different interpretation than what I'd been working off of. And it makes... Why is it... The thing that makes it confusing to me is, like, why then is it necessary to even sabotage the memories in there? Like, if this guy was, like, working to, like, change the project, then, like, wouldn't he be in cahoots with Tim? Like, Tim is sabotaging the project. It's also unclear to me, like, what this is. I don't know what this is. It feels important. I don't know what it is. Should I know what it is? And we could try putting his name in, because, like, he seems to be the only one who fits in there. I just don't, like, really get it. Security, I mean, Sergeant, I guess, right? Weird that they, like, specify his name and then you can't use it. Oh, that's weird. What? It likes security sergeant. Doesn't like something else. Huh. Sergeant Myson. But I don't get... They didn't provide me with names. Here either. Like, they literally, like, go to the trouble to, like, reintroducing their names. But, like, they're not on the list. So, like, I think they're just security captain and security sergeant. You know, like sergeant and not captain. So something else is wrong. I mean, the phrasing of, like, blank blank of the blank is tough. Because, like... Is the square disc as Echo Secunda? I feel like is kind of the implication. But, like, what? I mean, can we agree that we're talking about fart soda? That, like, the plan was, like, drug soda, which is yes. And then the sabotage was fart soda, which is no. But then... Again, like, the motives become really murky. If this guy was, like, part of the plan, I don't know why you, like, sabotage him. Or is it that... Is it that somehow they became aware that Eugene Marmot was, like, going to do, like, a supervillain? And, like, he was going to sabotage the stated plan, and they had to do a double sabotage? Even so, what does that change? Square disc. I mean, we don't see like a Dead Eyes White Dragon. God, I hate that that gives you, like, no other useful information here, like, at all. is just the idol and that it's full and that it has a whole lifetime and it doesn't show you like anything else, it's really annoying. So what will be different? What will be different then? I mean, I feel like there's an implication of Tessa Navarre's involvement, right? But I don't think that she is the one to have used the idol in any of these cases. Like, she is involved by being a distraction for the security guard to get him out of it. But the fart soda, that seems like that's all Tim, baby. And, like, because he's already thrown up in the sink, like, it just seems like he had to be the one to do this. Like, I don't know why else he would drink the fart soda, if not to give the fart soda... Well, okay. I guess that... Okay. I'm overthinking this. Eugene probably didn't do it himself. Jack did the initial one? No, but if we have the same number correct, then the name here is probably the thing. Is it Eugene? That's dumb. That's dumb because he's like the last person I would assume did it. Whatever. Wolf face. Okay, Luke is dead. New Luke died. November 2nd, William's departure. Hunter's been acting strangely. Long silences, seems confused or angry. It's worrying. Nonetheless, I'll do everything to help my savior. My faith in Hunter's vision is unwavering, whatever that vision may be. November 7th, the savior is back and looks filled with determination and grace. I'm ready to do whatever is asked of me. I am a soldier of fate. I am a leaf on the wind. Man is not breathing. Shocked to learn this. Absolutely flabbergasted. Empathy Warriors. A new terrorist group in town. They have the same... No, wait. No, I guess that is technically the same bandana. It's just in a different order, but like you could have cut it in a weird way. Whatever. It's like the same symbols from the bandana we found in the snow. Mass terrorists attacked a science laboratory with Molotov cocktails on Tuesday, November 2nd. The gang also spray-painted slogans on the building, which is owned by Olympus Pinnacle International Group. An OPIC spokesman said extremists fled when employees threatened to call the police. However, the company declined to comment on why it might have been targeted. Here's a guard. Don't worry about me. I can endure anything. I'll cut the rest of the tape myself. Okay, so he is a terrorist? Super weird to... like, I feel like there's not a lot that, like, hints at this. Good, you'll have a very important role to play in our next step. This person has 2 guns. And one of them matches Luke's gun, but it's not Luke's gun because Luke's gun is still on Luke. And that's about it, huh? Security protocol was changed. Okay, so the person we're attributing... Okay, hold on. After blank blank's attack, the security protocol was changed. Consequently, blank blank assisted by blank blank blanked blank blank at the OPIG laboratory. Then blank blank used the idol to blank 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 from blank blank and to blank 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 to blank blank. So Tessa Navarre is the one they're crediting with the attack because they said they got rid of the consultant and she was the consultant. We established that earlier. Consequently, blank assisted by blank, blanked blank blank at the OPIG laboratory. Then blank blank used the idol to blank 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 from blank blank and to blank 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 to blank blank. I still don't understand why Tim put a fart memory in the machine. Like, what did he know and what did he not know and what is his goal? Like, in order to make progress, I have to make, like, weird assumptions that aren't borne out by facts available to me. Calling him Luke Brown for short. Presumably, Hunter Wolf is the one who used the idol. I don't know why. I'm fairly unclear as to like what kind of access Hunter Wolf has to the idol. If he somehow has a second idol, like I don't know why he's able to do these experiments if he's like not doing them at the OPIG lab, at the only place we've like established an idol to exist so far in the timeline of this game. Consequently, blank blank assisted by blank blank blanked blank blank at the OPIG laboratory. At the OPIG laboratory. I think this is like a very literal interpretation of this scene, and we're saying that like we ambushed Bruce Myson. I think is what we're saying. We got the jump on him. So then they just like overwrote the security guard's consciousness, which is why he does a terrorism. But like again, I don't know why you would like assume he's like a brainwashed terrorist. Okay, it's whatever. To give memories to Bruce Myson. Now, let's all collectively keep in mind that once this sentence is completed, this body is not who it was before. We give it the name of the new person. That's how it works. So then the people, it's like Luke Brown. I mean, Luke Brown is named the assistant before, so we're going to say that he goes in the assisted by and is Hunter Wolf, whose face we still don't see. Man, they sure are angling for like a cool identity reveal, and I dollars to donuts. It's gonna be something stupid. Okay, hold on. We're even further beyond. At the TV station, a window is broken. A lot of things are happening. A guy is hanging off a tower. It's Eugene. I did it. Help. He has a triangle disc that's almost empty. He has a crumpled note that says, "So you are the mastermind behind this fantastic project. I would really like to get to know you better. Wait for me on the roof for some quality alone time. I'll come as soon as the live broadcast ends." The letter has a strong lavender fragrance. Okay. He also has another note that says, "Today's task. Carrot Top. Make sure idol loaded in van. Keep eye on Baldy. Report to me at OPTV and wait for further instructions. Four Eyes. Prepare van for idol transportation. Report to me at OPTV and prepare for broadcast. Operate camera during broadcast so we can confirm effect. Me. Supervise at TV." He literally wrote a to-do list for his staff that like doesn't call anyone by their name, instead uses disrespectful shorthands, and then includes instructions to himself. Okay, cool guy. Supervise a TV station, welcome Summer, and ensure she has everything she needs to coordinate with Old Nathan. Who wrote this if not Old Nathan? And then up here, audio in, audio out, video out, no video in. No video in. Okay, hang on the roof. Hi, Eugene. Taste this beverage soon. Taste this beverage. Soon everyone will know how delicious it is. Bottle of soda that reeks of rotten eggs. The door is locked from the inside. Icarus? Am I hallucinating? Or is this some form of intoxication? No, crumbs. Icarus was a nickname that, like, this guy's dad or mentor gave to him. So, it feels like, presumably, somehow, that, like, father figure consciousness got projected into his mind, and now he's seeing the reflection of the scientist. I just saw Nathan run in with security. Okay, we've got an update on the checklist. Everything is checked. And everything is signed. So everything is fine. There's another motorcycle sponsored by Target. Well, that could also be the 1 minute symbol, the donut button. Because it basically looks the same. Although the coloration does seem to match. Okay, I'm going to leave that for now because I don't feel like there's new information presented there. What is the ruckus in here? This man has a bottle of lavender perfume. That's very cool and normal. I vaguely understand the implication. Okay, so all of the time lenses are currently somewhere. For empathy and love. This is a person with pepper spray. 1000% pepper spray. Give fire. Take memory. I'm sure that if I went back and looked at the stupid chapter where she had, like, formed her religion about a misunderstanding on all these symbols, this would reflect, like, balance and evil or whatever. Our job is done. Empathy has triumphed. Tessa, I'm with you. I also worry about what Eugene, or worse, Marie or Nathan, might do with the idol. The lab is now heavily guarded. The best time to stop them will be moments before the broadcast. We're scheduled to go live at 5:30 p.m. In the room, it should only be me, Eugene, and the actors. Signed, Jack. Okay, here's an actor. She also has lavender perfume. Do we know this lady? Is this lady... Do we know her? Do I care? Do I care about this lady? Security guard. He's got a gun. He looks like he's throwing up in the insert, but I think he's just pointing a gun. Nathan. You will pay for this. Dear Nathan Hoyle, your proposal sounds very interesting. Let's schedule a demo of your new technology, and if it looks promising, we can talk next steps. General Hugh Stryker, Ash Armed Forces Procurement Department. Okay, the idol fell out the window. It has projected something and shattered all of the lenses. That feels potentially very bad. Like that bit in that one Twilight Zone episode. Yeah, I got one for every occasion. A peculiar stopwatch, where someone has a stopwatch that when you, like, click stop on it, all time stops. And he, like, starts doing crimes and stuff, and then he drops the watch, and then everything is just stopped forever. That's kind of the concern I have. Oh no, this guy drank a fart soda with his eyes. Man's eyes are bloodshot and streaming with tears. And then... I guess everything here, so we can go... Nope, how do I get to the stadium? We apologize for the brief interruption due to technical difficulties. The commercial break is now over, so let's return to the second half. It's still anyone's game. I don't feel like we would normally draw so much attention to a technical failure of a live broadcast unless we were Survivor 50's sick burn. Blank, blank, blanked, blank, blank on the roof. However, through a reckless act, blank, blank, blanked the blank, with the aim of preventing the blank from getting blank, blank of the blank. As a result, only blank, blank received blank, blank from the blank. Shortly afterwards, blank, blank, along with accomplices blank, the blank, blank, and blank, the blank out of the blank. I mean, I feel like that last set of blanks is that we threw the idol out of the window, because that's kind of where we leave things off. So that's like the Harmony Foundation is one of the folks. It's the people with the really hideous ninja outfits and the grotesque faces. Blank. Shortly afterwards, blank. So Jack is the one who sent a note to Tessa, also known as ASAP, along with accomplices. Oh no. Along with accomplices. But it's not naming the accomplices. It's stormed the TV station. Because they pepper sprayed the front guard and then, like, busted in right when the broadcast was supposed to happen. shortly afterwards. Shortly afterwards. Blank, blank, so someone trapped Eugene on the roof, and through a reckless act, blank, blank, blanked the blank, with the aim of preventing the blank from getting blank, blank of the blank. I guess the spectators from getting all memories of the square disc. So they're trying to have a cheeky reveal about who Hunter Wolf is and what's on the square disc. It seems like the square disc is like the mentor of Jack Nowak. Maybe that's Isaac? Is that Isaac Nowak? Like the first guy we saw dead with the red eyes? Work time over soon? Zachula, remind me, what happens after work time? Scooter time approaches. Very good. Hey, what are your feelings on scooter time, Zachula? Is it like your favorite part of the day? Or is it just exciting because it's not work? As a result, only Jack Nowak received all memories from the square disc. Let's act. Blank, blank, blanked the blank. Did anyone actually, like, die here? Mainly excited because it's not work, but it is fun, though. Alright, that's about what I would have guessed. But, you know, it is not work. And that's pretty good. So yeah, for two reasons, I'm going to say Tim is the one who trapped Eugene on the roof. One, because he used similar perfume to the actress to, like, put a note on him to lure him up there. But also because on the roof is a fart soda. And the only person I know who's ever, like, had a fart soda is Tim Spender. So I'm going to say that Tim Spender trapped Eugene Marmot on the roof. Through a reckless act, blanked the blank. What is that one? What is that one? Neko grabbed a tiny little stream ice cream, dulce de leche. Well, I'm glad it's not fart soda. Fart orange? Fart orange is not a good flavor of soda or any other thing. Not being at work rules. It's like top 5 things. It's real high on the list, yeah? What is the deal with the triangle disc, you know? Sorry, what? What do you need me to clarify, Zacula? Fart orange? Yeah. No, so, you know, the Happy Client project is all about projecting the memories of drinking a drug-laced orange soda to the masses so that they'll be really excited about drinking the soda because they have the memories of models being high on the beach. But, you know, then we experienced, we drank a fart soda so that we could, like, make a terrorist puke in a van for reasons I'm still, like, a little bit unclear on, to be honest. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been up to for the last, like, 40 minutes. What have you been doing, Zacula? Reckless act, blank, blanked the blank. Blanked the blank. I want to say stopped the broadcast, even though I feel like, if I understand what we're going for, I feel like this is a wild mischaracterization about this. I think they're saying that the reckless act is that he tried to, like, swing down from up here, and in so doing, he, like, stopped the broadcast from leaving the studio. Which I have to tell you, like, there's no shot that this works this way. This would be ludicrous. But, like, that being true, I don't think I would describe that as, like, with the aim of preventing the spectators from yada 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 lobster bisque. Like, it feels like Eugene can barely, like, find his way out of a paper bag. So, like, I don't think he has... I'm not sure I'm convinced that he understands the machinations at work here, let alone that I think he's capable of thinking far enough ahead to plan to stop them. But I'm going to put Eugene Marmot in these blanks and see what happens. Okay, it doesn't like that. Tim Spender trapped Eugene Marmot on the roof. This is undeniable. Do a reckless act. Blank blank stopped the blank. Or blank the blank. With the aim of preventing the spectators from getting all memories of the square disc. I mean, is it the triangle disc in this case? He has the triangle disc on his person. But, like, the whole everything so far seems like it was orchestrated to get us to have the understanding of, like, now the square disc is what's in the idol. Neko says she's never seen e-scooters like the one that Zacula uses for scooter time. And Zacula asks if she lives on the moon. Well, in fairness, the Lime scooters, I don't know. They strike me as like a deeply American kind of business model. So, like, I don't know what other countries have them. It's probably not none other countries, but, like, Neko lives in the UK, and I really don't think... I don't think they have those in the UK. Maybe I'm wrong. She says, e-vehicles in general are a rare sighting these days. My bus specifically has a notice forbidding e-unicycles. That's weirdly specific. One time when I still lived in Boston, I saw a guy, like, unicycling his groceries home, and I was like, I feel like I should check that off some imaginary bingo list. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna put triangle disc in and see if that improves anything. It doesn't. I'm gonna leave it as square. I mean, it feels like... Okay, one thing I think that could definitely be wrong is I think we're trying to say this is Tessa Navarre. So initially I thought we were saying that the accomplices were Harmony Foundation. Yeah, okay, that's good. But, like, because she's the only, like, identifiable, like, masked weirdo, she's supposed to be the headliner there, even though she did conspire with Jack to do the thing. So now 1 or 2 are incorrect. So now that I know that, is triangle better or worse? It is the same. So that means that that slot is incorrect with square, but may be correct with triangle. God, you have to make so many assumptions to get to the end of this. I really don't love the way that this is structured. Ocean is still working on the Steam Next Fest demo. Says, finished the cutest and probably one of my favorite demos, Dodo Ducky. The exclamation mark is in the title, so say it with passion. Dodo Ducky! There's a quack button. Oh, that's very good. That's important. What if the real square is the one piece we made along the way? The one piece? It's real? Can give him hats. Alright, everything I've heard about this game is really good. shortly after restoring the TV station through the idol out the window. That also so I feel like whatever is left to be fixed has to be in the middle paragraph. The top paragraph and the bottom paragraph now seem like they are above reproach. They clearly threw the idol out of a TV station window, and they stormed the station because they pepper sprayed the guard. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Tim Spender, I think, is the one responsible for trapping Eugene on the roof for the reasons stated earlier, that he has like conspiratorial like woman's fragrance in his pocket, and also the fart soda. So through a reckless act, Eugene Marmont stopped the broadcast with the aim of preventing the spectators from getting all the memories of the triangle disc. As a result, only Jack Nowak received all also changed this to triangle. No, wait, that's weird. Wait, that's weird. Wait, what? Oh, because triangle... Okay. So there's 3 goals in play here. One is the stated goal of the memories of high models on the beach. One of them is... whoever, like, hijacked the truck and, like, I guess, like, Hunter Wolf's plan to overwrite the security guard and then, like, mess with what's in the thing. And that is using the square disc. But Eugene somehow has knowledge of the triangle disc. So his intention is to stop people from getting memories of the triangle disc. Which could imply that the triangle disc, like, contained the model memories, which I think I could technically go back and check. But that risks crashing the game, like, 6 times, and is most likely not worth the effort. Which, like, again, big failing of this game is that they want to have these, like, spanning consequences and little details that you might catch after the fact, but the game runs so bad that, like, trying to, like, switch between scenes causes it to, like, stop functioning. But so, like, someone intervened and, like, put the square disc in the idol. And somehow only Jack got that. The details of which are, like, somewhat unclear. We cannot have more than one game crash this stream. It is very important to me. Interesting, Zacula. So then, like, do you happen to have, like, a perfect memory of which data disk the models put their stuff on? Because, boy, it suddenly feels really important to me that I go look that up in that other scene. The beach scene? You know the one. It's not close to here, so I'd have to, like, transition through so many screens. What's the matter, Zacula? You remember that, right?
Say birthday?
Oh, hold on. I'm being told that someone said birthday? Does that jog your memory? Interesting proposal, Cotillion. Reckless act. Eugene Marmont stop the broadcast. Yeah. I think I'm really close. I think I'm like 1 word off. No, wait. No, that's not true, right? I have to be 2 words off. Yeah, I have to be exactly 2 off. Which means... No, wait, what? I mean, one thing that occurs to me is, like, knowing this game's absolute dumpster fire rules. Really, it's not Isaac Nowak. We're not... That's actually really weird to me. I thought for sure that's where we were going. Is that because we're talking about a character after they received, like, overwriting memories, that we would be calling that person by the name of the memories they were given instead of their own name, despite that being, like, a really unbelievably stupid gotcha. Can't remember something I never knew in the first place. No, Zacula, we're talking about an obscure detail from Rise of the Golden Idol. It's like your favorite video game. You're talking about it all the time. You have to know this. Now, you remember it's in the beach scene, right? where like one lady's holding an umbrella and one lady's drinking a soda, and like one lady is wearing a space helmet in an ambulance, and she's like having an allergic reaction to amphetamines. See, like, almost cliche, really. But like they transferred memories onto like a data disk. What was the shape on the data disk? You must know this. I don't know what the heck a figurine disc is, by the way. Let's go to gamer gaslighting computer show. No, Zacula, we talked about this. When you and I went to the theater together to see the movie Gaslight for the first time, we saw it together in theaters because we're like, I keep hearing this term. I wonder what the origin is. And then you told me that it came from the movie Gaslight and that it was playing in a local movie theater and that we should see it together. And we went and saw it, and like while like the previews were happening, you leaned over and you said, I've been playing this game, Rise of the Golden Idol. It works really well, and there's this great scene on the beach where they transfer the memories of models into a disc. And the shape on the disc, what was the shape, Zach? What was that shape? What was it? I am concerned that I might actually have to navigate back to like figure out who left that note for Jack or whatever. Echo says she needs to know the shape now. I don't know why Zacula's like withholding this information that I'm certain that he possesses. I don't know, man. Dodecahedron? I don't think that's right. There's only like 3 options here, and none of them are that. I was wondering. I kind of thought my mom previously sent a message in chat that says Vancouver has a birthday coming up, which I thought maybe she was just fishing to have me do a birthday song to placate Zacula, even though I've been really nice and normal to him and haven't done any abnormal behavior in his direction at all during scooter time. But then she says, how does autocorrect change Vasco to Vancouver? And you know what? I think that's a question that we all need answered. Yes, Zacula says, I just thought you were sharing fun facts about a Canadian city. It's hard to tell. The internet's a crazy place. Incidentally, though, Zacula, the shape. No, okay. Did you enjoy the movie Gaslight? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I feel like I had heard some things about the movie going into it that, like, weren't true when I examined them under, you know, the circumstances of, like, having seen the movie, which was kind of a weird circumstance. But, like, yeah, I would say so. Spender trapped Gene Marmot on the roof. However, through a reckless act... By the way, anyone have any idea what I've done wrong here? Is it obvious to someone? I haven't had Sarah point it out to me. She's usually the one to point out where I've made the mistake here. Tim Spender trapped Eugene Marmot on the roof. However, through a reckless act, Eugene Marmot stopped the broadcast. The aim of preventing the spectators from getting all memories of the triangle disc. As a result, only Jack Nowak received all memories from the square disc. Shortly afterwards, Tess and Avari, along with accomplices, stormed the TV station and threw the idol out the window. Okay. Why are those 2 men dressed as a sack of potatoes? Because we're playing a Golden Idol game, and they just look like that. The real answer is that, like, they're concealing their identities because they're doing a terrorist attack, and they just push the really expensive, irreplaceable Golden Idol technology on top of a limousine and shattered its important innards. It's all the memories of the triangle disc because the sentence structure looked a bit weird. Well, it's not uncommon for sentence structure to be kind of garbage in this game, but like, so I have already tried. So out of interest, I think you joined relatively recently here, Neko. So the way this game gives feedback is that if you have 2 or fewer spaces incorrect, it gives you a yellow dot and indicates that. If you have more than 2 wrong, it gives you a red dot and says incorrect. When you have all of them correct, obviously, it says green dot and it does a little animation. So I tried triangle disc in like both spots, as if the plan was he wanted to stop the triangle disc, and this guy got the triangle disc, and it doesn't like that. Originally, I had them both as square disc, and it didn't love that either. But so like when I have them both as square disc, still gives me 2 wrong. But if I change this, that gives me 3 wrong. Which means this is correct, but it means triangle isn't? Does that mean triangle isn't right? The faintest idea what the tale is about. Hey, okay, here's a fun mini game for chat. Neko has seen very little of this particular game. To demonstrate the point that Neko is not alone, would anyone like to try and give Neko an earnest summation of what this game is about? Because I could try, because I did earlier in the stream, and I don't feel as though I was successful. Since just looked a bit odd. I mean, that's unfortunately part of the game. Just gonna... Yeah, it's still... So that's definitely wrong. So that's definitely Jack. But, like... Hold on. I think I've got it. No? Okay. It's not good memories of the orange. Is it bad memories of the orange? Okay. God, this final case wants you to make all these like random conclusions. So somehow I'm supposed to intuit that Eugene, I guess by nature of being trapped on the roof, suddenly becomes aware of the fart soda? This does give some insight as to what's going on, though. But, like, to reach this, you just, like, have to draw random conclusions. So, it seems as though Tim Spender's end goal was to make everyone vomit and hate the fart soda. And presumably then his intention is to just tank the Idol project so that, like, the military and whoever don't try to, like, do evil stuff. Because there was some insinuation that that was, like, their plan. I just thought they were doing something, like, different. But, like, we haven't witnessed anything that, like, makes it explicit that Eugene Marmot, like, has access to information that was what Tim was trying to do. He could have said it to his face, but we have nothing in writing and we don't see a moment of that happening or whatever. Spectators were preventing from getting bad memories of the orange. Eugene is a hero. How dare you say that about Eugene Marmot? Spared the people from remembering the annoying orange. No, not the annoying orange. The bad memories of the orange is the fart soda. Okay, so now that we've concluded this, let's go to December 4th. It is done. Nothing should stop us now. The last thing left is preparing you and rehearsing our every step. As you said, my savior, the greatest results require the greatest sacrifices. Okay, so this ties back into the first case clearly. What's in the book? November 2nd. What a disaster. I put Harry and William in positions of power and both still failed me, each in his own way. Regrettably, they were not good enough. Even if they had been, there are too many people in the world who are opposed to my goals. People who don't share my vision of how the world should be and who cling to the old ways. It's too much for just me and Luke. November 4th. I know what I have to do. Posing as blank blank. Blank blank secretly experimented with the idol to find the best way of using it to blank blank. After blank, blank, blank blank decided the only way was to blank everyone into a blank. To fulfill this plan, blank blank tried to use the blank blank project to blank blank of blank into blank blank. However, because of what happened at the TV station, blank blank was the only person to blank into blank. So I guess Triangle Disc was like the drug memories. Now we ended up on discussion of specific Batman movies, but Sarah says, unlike Batman and Robin, that movie is flawless. Like, I know it is like super popular to hate on that movie. I liked it at the time. I feel like I would enjoy it now. It has a certain campiness that kind of harkens back to Adam West's Batman in its own way. You have the Bat credit card. Never leave home without it. Also, the rubber nipples on the suits that make everyone so profoundly upset. Jack Nowak was the only person to turn into Isaac Nowak. Posing as blank blank. I'm assuming it's posing as Hunter Wolf, because Hunter Wolf is an alias that like and like this is, I'm supposed to figure out the identity of Hunter Wolf. Secretly experimented with the idol to find a way of using it to control humanity? Educate? I feel it's a matter of semantics. After blank blank, I have to assume that's becoming, because otherwise that sentence doesn't feel like it makes any sense. After becoming disillusioned, he decided the only way was to turn everyone into I feel like the word I want is like clone or something. I feel like the word it wants me to use is slave or something. Into a happy customer. Taylor says, I remember Joel Schumacher talking about the movie in an interview and apologizing, saying something to the tone of, Akiva did write the script, but I was the one who shot it, and that's why my name is up there as the director. So you have someone to blame. I don't know. It's like a super silly movie, but like I've seen way worse movies than that, like for sure. And some of those are movies people really like, such as The Last Jedi. This plan, blank blank tried to use the happy customer project to I mean, is Isaac Nowak himself Hunter Wolf? It seems plausible. I mean, it sort of explains why he, like, disappears, I guess? Kind of? I don't know. It's not nearly as satisfying as the twist in the first one if it's remotely true. I just wish they got the James Cameron 90s Spider-Man with Schwarzenegger as Dr. Octopus. Dang, is that a thing that was happening? into a humanity. Turn. Millions of spectators. Isaac Noah. Is it just Isaac Nowak in like every name spot? Nothing should stop us now. The last thing left is preparing you and rehearsing our every step. People who don't share my vision of how the world should be and cling to their old ways. I know what I have to do. Man, I hadn't heard of that. I bet that would be sick. Earlier this week, one of like my manager just like casually like tossed out this like random story. We were talking about one of the many stations I like represent in Hawaii, and like the head of my department was like, "I wish I was in Hawaii right now." And like my manager said something like, "The last time I was in Hawaii, like Arnold Schwarzenegger was like." He got like plastered and was like wrecking up the place, and he recalled remembering hearing him shout like, "I am so effing drunk right now." I have no idea if that's a true story, but it was offered without any context. I don't know. I feel like the way these sentences are structured is going to want me to make some like enormous leap in logic again. Like some of this like I know to be true. I feel reasonably confident about the after becoming disillusioned only because like it's a really specific phrasing that a lot of these other words don't like help with. I don't know if this is a case where like it's gonna be really specific about like one of these two names. I feel like this like maybe like Luke Brown is definitely not the one making the decisions. He's very much listening to Hunter Wolf. I feel like the only no, it can't be Echo, right? If it was like Echo, then he wouldn't want to like I don't know. The impression I get from what little we know about Echo Secunda is he would just like want to kill everyone. He just want to start a war and do like murder. Is that true, Demolition? Demolition says my aunt did his makeup, and so I'm not surprised. So you've heard something similar, maybe? I don't really know. This whole time I've been really unclear as to like how Hunter Wolf is getting access to the idol. Like it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know if I'm just like not smart enough or what, but like it just feels like a real convenience of the plot that like he has it when he needs it and he doesn't when he doesn't, and like no, I feel like nothing is really implying anything of value there. Dracula says, I heard a story someone told about Andre the Giant back in the day getting drunk at a bar in New York and passing out, and they kind of just had to let him sleep it off till the next day. Because that was a man who, if he couldn't or wouldn't move of his own accord, was not moving at all. I mean, it wasn't an ironic nickname, Andre the Giant. They didn't call him that because he was a jockey. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, I really hate to break it to you, gang. I honest to God think I have to go back and find that note and, like, confirm that, like, Isaac is the one who calls him Icarus or whatever. Because I think we'll just be here all night if I don't do it. But, like, it could just crash the game. Do not know what you're saying. Could you please elaborate? What I'm saying is, the man was referred to as Andre the Giant. This was because his stature could be described as gigantic. He was a very large man. Do I want you to guide this? I mean, I'll let you make the call, Demolition. I'm gonna say that at the rate at which this game is handling its business, it would probably not be a bad idea to just, like, have it handy. But I think I have to go back to the menu. Where would I find this information? 2 or 3? 3? I'm so anxious. A loading screen should not make me anxious about a video game. It's not like 2001. Okay, I did find it. Okay, Uncle Isaac. It is Isaac. Okay, my instinct appears to be correct. Did I actually say, look what I found in my mother's attic. Remember our first experiment? Would have burned my eyebrows if you weren't there to save me. See you again soon. Feel so inspired after our talks. I'm in charge of the wrong priorities. Maybe I can impress Mr. Hoyle and he'll swap me and Marie around. God, there are moments where they come so close to, like, the story not just being rot garbage. Okay, back to the pinnacle. Doja says, it literally is saying in the guide, check the world's overworld for clues. I mean, yeah, I understand that. Wait, how do I get back to... Oh, the final clash. I should have clicked that so quickly. I think that causes crash to be more likely. Hold. 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 Oh, it's taking so long. I mean, I get that the overworld has clues in it. Again, I think that's kind of folly, considering that they didn't make it so the game runs as, like, a baseline element. But, like, why... So we know that Isaac removes his memories from his original body at some point. We know that from early on. Biggest mystery of this game is how can it have these loading times on your computer? Clarification, Jatillers. I have the impression that you've most likely played through this game before. Does it not run like hot garbage on your computer? Is this really unique to me? I feel like I'd read online like other people complaining it was like suboptimal, but like I didn't necessarily get the impression that it like absolutely sucked egg soda. Becoming disillusioned, blank decided. Way slower than the first game, but not this slow. Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, my computer is like due to be replaced, but like so are important components of my house that are expensive. And I don't know if you know this, but like graphics card and RAM and stuff, it's all like super expensive. We live in 2026. Like, I think this computer was built, parentheses, poorly 10 years ago. I think that's right. Chat, how long have I been affiliate? It was like the same time I became affiliate that I like built this god-awful Frankenputer. Distribution blind point design. To fulfill his plan, Isaac Nowak tried to use the Happy Customer Project to turn millions of spectators into an obedient himself. Zaka says, fun fact, do with this info what you will. There's 64 gigs of RAM in each flock camera. Okay, what's a flock camera? It sounds like it's something bad, but I don't have enough clarification to emote to that. No disillusion. Well, for starters, I've made some changes. Is doing anything for you? Not really. Posing as Hunter Wolf. Isaac Nowak secretly experiments with the eye. So, if I had to take a guess, I think that the implication is there's two different mans in this puffer jacket. I think when they like tied up that security guard in the earlier scene, it was actual Isaac Nowak. And Hunter Wolf was just an alias. But then, in order for his plan to work, he had to remove all of his consciousness from his body, and at that point, like, Hunter Wolf and Isaac Nowak kind of ceased to exist. Until the broadcast happened in such a way that the only person who received the result of it was his, like, nephew, Jack. So, like, now this guy is, in the puffer jacket, is Jack Nowak. Into himself. Perversion flock camera is corporate surveillance state evil garbage. Also apparently tied with Palantir. And rumored Narsil. Wait, what's Narsil? Wait, do I want like a full spiral on this information right now, live on stream on Saturday night? Is that what I want? Basically, a company whose whole thing is we're putting up high-tech solar-powered cameras literally all over the place. Even though we're a for-profit business, you can trust us to only ever do the right thing with these cameras, and we promise they're only for your own good. You know what? That's probably good enough. In the sense that I think that paints the picture of I don't need that. No, Narsil is a weapons company related to autonomous drones. Yeah, that seems like a good match. Yeah, everyone's happy with that. Wolf, to educate humanity. The only way was to turn everyone into a genius. I mean, basically this whole game is like hinting at the plot of a single Doctor Who episode, right? Oh, that's not a fun fact at all, Zacula. It's strange that you framed that as a fun fact. Police officer just got in trouble for using flock cameras, which the company sells to police departments, and he used the network to stalk his ex-girlfriend for 4 months before anyone noticed. That's you know, I think I would say that's like a bad fact. It's certainly not a good fact. I don't know. It says I have 3 or more wrong. I feel like I gotta be pretty close, right? True, it is in fact just fact. Yeah, that might be right. Might simply be fact. Hunter Wolf. You're becoming disillusioned. I mean, is there something else that could go there? Like, I feel like multiple things in this final segment have hinted at Hunter Wolf becoming disillusioned. Like, if we go back to here, this dude's journal says, since William's departure, Hunter's been acting strangely. Long silences, seems confused or angry. And then he comes back with determination like the day... the day before they do this? It is called the Happy Customer Program, isn't it? Yeah, Happy Customer. Millions of spectators. I mean, turn millions of spectators feels like that's a lot. Because of what happened at the TV station, Jack Nowak was the only person to turn into Isaac Nowak. That last sentence also pretty much has to be true. And so the guy in the puffer jacket is different before and after. Becoming disillusioned, he decided the only way was to turn everyone into spectators. So we turn millions of spectators into spectators. I don't think his stated goal is to control humanity. I think his interpretation is that it's enlightenment. So I think educate is like the closest to that. Like, he talks about change, so you could like make a weird argument that it's like optimized, but like that just doesn't feel like that's the spirit of what we're talking about. Anyway, was to not educate everyone into a genius. I don't think that's any more accurate. To conquer everyone into a workforce. It's like the whole Echo Secunda thing is like a really weird footnote on the events of this game. into himself. I don't know. Chat, any thoughts on what's wrong here? And just to reiterate my earlier statement, each flock camera has 64 gigs of RAM plus a bunch of copper wire and gold, probably. That's interesting. Katsune says, I know what's wrong, the game. I mean, it does seem like that's the root of the problem. Have we checked in with Apollo? What, and go back again? I mean, I assume he's still shirtless. And I assume he's still not talking to anyone at the same party. Does that answer the question? Like, the awkward thing here is that, like, unlike some of the past ones, like, even though there's, like, some of these that I could see possibly needing adjustment, like, I don't know how I would, like, replace anything. We have to go back, Kate. I love a good "we have to go back, Kate" reference. Definitely more than the next guy. I don't know why. I mean, obviously a peak TV moment, but, like, I don't know why that always gets me. The last sentence is correct. Most of the first sentence, I think, is correct. Maybe there's, like, a different phrasing it wants for, like, improving humanity. I don't think he's trying to destroy or control. You could argue optimize. Educate feels closer, but, like, none of them feel right. First season of that show was well. Hey, Cotillion! I was meaning to suggest this to you. Particularly now that you're, like, talking about, like, at least some interest in Lost. If you haven't already checked out Widow's Bay, it just, like, concluded its first season this week. It's really good, and it, like, pays, like, a lot of homage to Lost, while, like, definitely doing something different to Lost. Psycho says, I never watched Lost, and I do feel like it's one of those things where if you weren't watching as it was airing, you kind of missed the boat. Interesting choice of words, but also, like, I think I might have felt the same way until, like, somewhere towards the start of the pandemic, one of my coworkers, like, suggested that, like, everyone in the, well, like, half our department, the other half, like, don't really talk to anyone, but, like, she suggested that we all watch Lost because she's, like, younger than everyone else and, like, hadn't seen it and, like, had heard things about it and was, like, interested in seeing it. And so, like, at least 3 or 4 of us ended up, like, watching True Lost. And, like, I don't think she cares too much about, like, TV history or anything like that, but, like, I don't know, her takeaway seemed to be that, like, she liked it. And then, like, upon some reflection, I think, like, the fact that you didn't have to, like, wait for resolution kind of smooths over some of the edges of not being part of the zeitgeist. She says, are we after blank blank's attack? The security protocol was changed. Yes, well after that. This might well be the last input box in the game we're working on. I feel like that is reasonably likely. Not 100%, but reasonably likely. Psycho says, knowing that everyone hated the ending and thought the payoff was bad put me off to it. Honestly, I see mixed reports to that. I don't love the ending, but there's still, like, a lot of good in there. Let's go down there, but it's squished now. Thought so. Funny thing, this screen ain't on it. Okay, let's clarify this then. Do you see one that is labeled at the TV station that starts with several blanks and then on the roof? Because that's the one right before this. It is a fair point. As my mom points out, Widow's Bay is like a horror comedy, which isn't necessarily a thing I would say like, oh, I gotta watch that. But like, it does both really well. Yeah, it's true. Lost dealt with a lot. Admittedly, some of that I think was like a lack of long-term planning in the early stages. But like, I do think that like they managed to do a lot of cool stuff with it. And like some of it is like really iconic, and some of it really like influenced later TV. Anyone seen Deadstream? Nah, I haven't heard of that. I don't think. Doesn't sound familiar. Using his hunter wolf, Isaac Noack secretly experimented with the idol. To find the best way of using it to... Slave genius. It's the only one in the walkthrough that doesn't have an image. What a strange choice. Things like this, mostly this whole sentence feels like there are parts of it that could use adjusting, and yet I don't know how I would improve it. I don't know how I'd improve it. To fulfill this plan, Isaac Noack tried to use the Happy Customer Project to turn millions of spectators into... This also feels like it's maybe dubious. So pretty much like only this and this sentence, and like maybe the phrasing here. But again, like none of that seems like it has like an obvious improvement over what I've put here. I mean, I could spend several hours like reading, like going between all the crash-prone transitions. The second name, really? I mean, it's obviously a big deal for that to be wrong. But, like, the resolution of the game doesn't make any sense to me if the second name is wrong. Like, the whole thing stops making sense if that second name isn't Isaac Noack. Like, obviously that's, like, the big twist that it wants me to do. But, like, the thing that I'm hung up on is, like... Isaac Noack seems like he is... We don't know that much about him, but he seems like he might be smart enough and also, like, wealthy enough to have access to the idol. But, like, also, how does the plan end up with Jack Noack becoming Isaac Noack, which is, like, definitely 100% confirmed accurate? Like, this last sentence is, like, the only part of this whole screen that I'm, like, certain without doubt. It's not Isaac. Okay. This still makes less sense to me than what I've written, but I understand what you're saying. So it explains how he has access to the idol, because it's just the same guy who's using the idol as his day job. Which still seems like he should be fired out of a cannon into the sun for the extreme, like, breach of security. Of, like, taking this extremely sensitive equipment outside of the laboratory to, like, the docks where, like, criminals hang out, and also, like, to, like, an unsecured warehouse overnight with no additional security. It's not clear to me how I'm supposed to know that is Jack and not... Because, so, like, the thing that makes sense to me is that, like, Isaac is doing it because he thinks if everyone was as smart as he was, then they would be reasonable enough to improve humanity. And the only way to be sure of that is to use himself as the template and, like, make a grand sacrifice. Like, even, like, the... One of the lines of dialogue here at the end is, like, greatest results require greatest sacrifices. So, like, that is what makes sense to me. I don't know. There's probably something, but, like, this game has this, like, extremely nasty habit, in my opinion, of, like, being really extreme with either subtlety or lack of subtlety. Either something is, like, just told to you outright and not a puzzle at all, or is so absolutely, like, asininely obtuse that, like, you basically have to, like, have them project the answer into your brain using the friggin' idol. Man, compare the energy of completing this to completing the first one, huh? Like, the first one was, like, so exciting. Was, like, they had laid such elegant groundwork to, like, walk you up to the conclusion of the game and have you figure it out for yourself. And this game, like, breaks apart all of the stuff that I guess would get you to this solution without looking up a walkthrough across so many screens inside of a game that, like, works badly and crashes consistently. And, like, it's just, like, not organic to the story because, like, again, they keep, like, telling the story in the gaps instead of in the part where you're playing the game. When Jack realized Opig did not want to use the idol to improve the world, he started a secret mission to do it himself under the pseudonym Hunter Wolf. After experimenting with memory and mind transferal, he came up with a plan to use Opig's soda commercial project to turn millions of Peel spectators into his Uncle Isaac. But thinking that everyone was about to receive spoiled O-range memories, Eugene climbed up the broadcast tower and stopped the transmission at the last moment. Soon afterwards, Tessa and her accomplice hurled the idol from a third-story window, smashing the lenses inside. Ma'am, do not even think about starting a cult in a federal facility. Congratulations, Eugene, on becoming our new head of speculative investment. Oh, just kill me. This is all your fault, Tim. And then the guy wearing the Target jacket is the serial killer known as Echo Secunda. What a twist. Uncle, if you're watching this, I hope you can forgive me. Please understand I did it all for the betterment of humanity. What? I have, like, a bunch of questions. For some reason, this shape is reminding me, like, why did Luke, as the security guard, have, like, a weird note that had a bunch of, like, zigzag scribbles on it or whatever? And, like, why do we need to, like, hide the idol if it's, like, busted to heck anyway? So it turned out Harry had not attended a single job interview. He wasn't the man I thought he was. No wonder he used Gabriel's body for such immoral purposes. But even when I did find a truly noble man in William, as just one person, he was unable to make a difference in Darren's body. I realized that for any meaningful change to occur, humanity needed millions more excellent individuals, and I had to be one of them. After all, how could I impose on millions of others a sacrifice I was not willing to make myself? All that was left was to find the most ethical, intelligent, and educated person I knew. That's when I thought of you, Uncle. But, like... So he just, like, killed his uncle? He, like, basically killed his uncle so that he could make, like, a million uncle clones? He kind of looks like Hank Hill. He does kind of look like Hank Hill. You're right about that. I mean, like, these paragraphs, like, highlight something that's, like, a problem for me, too, where, like, They should have sent a poet, not the schlubby failed TV writer. Like, I feel like the first game handled like exactly this type of storytelling so well, where like you build up the characters by seeing them in these important moments until they feel familiar, and then the things that happen to them, whether they're good or bad or indifferent or temporary or permanent, like they matter to you because you like care about the characters and you like understand what they're trying to do. And it managed a nice escalation because at first it's like these cheap schemes, and then eventually like someone with like a grand vision does it, and then you see that like obviously the vision is flawed, and then it collapses in on itself. And like it's like a story about hubris, and it's clean and it's straightforward and whatever. But like in this game, they're like, look at, oh, woe is me, like Harry disappointed me as Gabriel, and like William and Darren and blah blah. Like these characters like didn't have any dialogue. We saw their like corpse faces like twice each. Like we didn't build up to any of this. Like the more interesting story than like seeing that, like I don't give two squats about reconstructing the idol. We spend way too much time doing that in this game. It's literally Rise of the Golden Idol, and it like doesn't show up until like chapter 3 of a 5-chapter game. I didn't see so much as a Sebastian the Crab until halfway through this video game. And like, I think that this scheme could have been something interesting where like, you know, chapter 1 like touches briefly on reconstructing the idol, not in extensive detail. And then, you know, we see the experiments start to happen, and like we see like some relationship between this guy and these like homeless people, and like we establish something about like people in positions of power so that like later we can see that something has changed, and then we come to understand it or whatever, especially because they're so obsessed with this non-linear storytelling that I don't think helps this game like in any way, shape, or form. Saying ask, what is the picture on the wall? It's Hunter Wolf. It's his alias. It's Hunter Wolf. I don't know like why, but like it's Hunter Wolf. I don't know, whatever, close, crash the game. Okay, the game has ended. So to answer the hypothetical question that I had sort of posed earlier in the stream, if we were to use a 5-point rating of like very bad to very good, I would put this at bad, the ending, in my estimation. Definitely like a downgrade from the first game, which was very strong. It's just, I don't know. I have found that I'm really sensitive to games that like overestimate how much I care about their characters. Like if you subject me to like a narrative that isn't like in and of itself engaging, and then at the end you're like, don't you care about what happened to like Jack Nowak? Guy who is in the background of like a lot of scenes? My answer is like, nah. Not really, no. And then like to make matters worse, they give Eugene Marmot a happy ending? Hate that guy. Have really strong negative feelings about that guy. Really wouldn't have been sad if he fell off that building to his death. Don't like that guy. Yeah, and I think we dealt with this in stuff like Raincoat 2, but like I feel like it's something that like hadn't really been like in my conscious awareness until like recent like disappointing games I've played on stream. But as Neko says, I feel the same way. I get annoyed whenever games tell me how I should feel about characters. Like, I feel like my feeling is if you have to do that, you have failed in your storytelling, right? Like, the story is the thing that should make me care about the characters. If like when the game is over, you have to be like, it was sad, Like, your story didn't work. Like, the story is supposed to tell me how I'm supposed to feel by you having written it correctly. Okay, hang on. No, that's not new. It's old. Okay, so it is midnight on Saturday, June 21st. Let's talk about DLC. So, it's come to my attention, there's more than one DLC. I was under the mistaken impression there was one DLC. And I believe the reason for that is that, as opposed to Case of the Golden Idol, where you have to make multiple purchases for multiple DLC, the second time around, what appears to happen is that you buy a DLC pass, and then you get all of the DLC. Jatiller says, also, aren't there a solid couple more bums running around in rich people bodies? It's heavily implied, but not clarified. I guess maybe that's part of the DLC. I will say, I was kind of hesitant. I guess I wasn't sure if people would be interested or willing, or where the level of enthusiasm would be to hashtag Spike Gaming this through to the end. However, I am now looking at this screen, and the very last one is a bunch of angry, hideous pirates, and it does kind of make me want to do it more. I mean, how can I truly be angry at the game if I don't play it all the way to the end and be mad about everything equally? Hashtag spite feels right. I want to say I hate that this is my brand, but I've done this to myself, like, fully of sound mind and body. But listen, I feel like I've gotten like at least 3 affirmative continuation votes. Okay, everyone seems on board. I don't know how much progress we'll make. Allegedly, each one of these is like 3 to 4 hours again, and this time there's 4 instead of like 2. But, you know, I don't got a lot going on tomorrow, so we can like start this, I guess. Unless you, chat, you want to start this now or start this later? Yeah, on board with the pirate DLC. I mean, it's all pirate theme around here. Jatilers, look at that narwhal next to your name. It's got a pirate hat on and everything. Now, all right, let's do it. Let's play the Sins of New Wells. Hey, this has to be, what's that guy I hate from LA Noire? Cole Phelps? It's gotta be. Can you imagine if, like, they took, like, what if all of the DLC for Rise of the Golden Idol was actually just retelling, like, all of my least favorite narrative games I've played on stream, but with the art style of the Golden Idol games? So Roy, how are you liking it here at Ninth? As exciting as your old district? Thankfully no. There were some strange things going on there, Cliff. Detective Samson in Sevilla, we've got one for you. Hope you didn't speak too soon. So these guys were like the detectives who were like at the press conference when they like lied about what happened to Isaac? Which I guess is like technically the last thing that happens in the storyline of the game. I really did not appreciate that game going non-linear. I really didn't. An old friend returns in The Sins of New Wells. Alright, game, listen, we just talked about you not telling me how I feel about characters. I don't know that anyone in this video game was my friend. Calm down. In which a new district means business as usual. Part 1 does indeed loan a scenario straight out of Oberdin. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. I think someday I should actually play Oberdin on stream. Originally, it struck me as a game that people would not want to watch me play on stream, and since then we've played Case of the Golden Idol and Disco Elysium, which were 2 other games that I would put in that category. So I don't think my chat cares about that. And it's also been like 6 years or whatever since Oberdin came out, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember any of the things that would have been spoiled for me in that game. Been asking for so long. I literally don't remember you asking me one time. Literally not once. That might technically be true, but I do not remember that happening. Oh, Katania says the game is talking about him as the old friend. That's interesting. Also waiting for you to play Talos Principle. Okay, my only concern with playing Talos Principle, because you have literally gifted it to me, Demolition, is that you've seen what happens when I try to run this game on my computer. That game has like a physics engine and 3D graphics. I don't know about that one. Following orders. Oh, following orders always goes well. Nothing bad ever happens when that happens. A deadly pursuit. We can get it on PS5. Well, you can. I mean, that's fair. I'm gonna click on the smoking guy first. Okay, hang on. We have like interrogations now. That's new-ish. All today's money is in the cash register. Only the manager knows the code for the safe. I see. Final question is, can you describe the car that was in lot 4? Sorry, I'm no good with cars. They all look the same to me. I have car blindness. I was bringing out the order for lot 2 when all of a sudden some bearded freak whizzed up to me on a scooter, twisted my arm, and snatched the bag right out of my hand. Wait, Zacula, new tech unlocked. Have you considered whizzing up to people on your scooter during scooter time and obtaining free food that isn't stink burgers? The order. Sorry, do you remember what the order was for? The order, it was a chicken royal meal with barbecue sauce. Why? No matter. How about lot 4? What did they order? 2 burger royale meals, 2 chicken royale meals, and a meat surprise wrap. No. Nah. Have to give it a go. Report back and tell me how that goes. Please describe the car from lot 4. I've seen so many cars today, can't remember. Great. How about stamp collecting? These folks in the corner. We saw the man in the red jacket speed away on his scooter. Then, the cook stormed out from the kitchen and cried, "Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce." Straight after, all the young gentlemen left in the most magnificent car, painted like a tiger. A tiger with a lion's mane. Then we went back to our meals. A few minutes later, though, we heard distant thunder. Odd, given the fine weather. All the guys left. Also, these parking spaces suck. Also, some part of this car appears to be missing. No, hang on, I clicked the man. Strange that only the foreigners were able to describe it, eh, Roy? I mean, really? Why's it gotta be the foreigners, huh? Hope the man actually rode a tiger. I mean, if he did, it would sound more like a liger than a tiger. And also, no, I'm sure it was something less interesting than that. He said it had tiger stripes, but the mane of a lion. So I think it's a liger. I hope it was the Liger Zero. Perhaps the Liger Zero Panzer, which wouldn't make for a quick escape, but is always just extremely funny in how many missiles it can fire at once. Sorry, that was for the Zoids fans, the Zero Zoids fans in chat. Actually, Cliff, that part makes sense to me. It's what happened on the rooftop I'm baffled by. That part might have to wait for another day. What's interesting is this feels like a weird hybrid between, like, drive-in diner, of which there are very few that aren't the Sonic chain restaurant, and like an actual sit-down restaurant. This car with the busted part? Vasco, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Zoids? I'm talking about Zoids. So Zoids is a show about giant robots. It's an anime. This won't surprise you. There are multiple Zoid series. I don't know the correct, accurate name of the one that I've seen that was, like, dubbed in English on Toonami in, like, 2000, like, I don't know, 8 or something. The main robot featured in it was the Liger Zero, a big white, like, lion/tiger-themed robot that had laser claws that, like, cut people apart. Over the course of the series, they're, like, engineer developed like 3 alternate forms for the Liger to like specialize it for certain tactical situations. One that made it go super fast, one that put a sword on its face that was always a little unclear on its purpose, and one that just put like so many missile launchers on it that it literally couldn't move without breaking. And that is the Liger Zero Panzer, which is the one I like because it's just super funny. Because, like, normally they're like, go, Liger, go battle the thing. And when they use the Liger Panzer, they just, like, dump it on the ground. And it's, like, crushing the earth under its massive weight. And then he just like turns on the targeting computer and fires 10,000 missiles and blows something to hell. Like, that's just like, that's all it ever does. And it's just really funny to me. It's like, it feels like at that point you could just have the carrier thing, just have a bunch of missile launchers on it and like do the job itself. Sorry, I'm playing a video game. Sorry, detective, but no, I didn't get a good look at the car that damaged mine. Anyway, it's fine. Please, I don't want to pursue it. Very well. What was your order, by the way? What? Oh, a chicken royal meal with garlic sauce. Why? You're sure you didn't ask for extra sour sauce? Perfectly sure, detective. Eyebrows. Look at his eyebrows. They're so wiggly. Just looked it up and found a Liger Panzer figurine. Yeah, like the Zoids are all about model construction. That's the Japanese toy marketing scenario there. Oh no, Zacula, avert your eyes. It's much too late in the night to be absorbing this new character. No fart sauce? Nah, they only put that in soda these days, I think. Or maybe that one weird restaurant in DC that makes the fart burgers. I don't know. We called for an ambulance right away after seeing what that brute on the scooter did, also known as a brooder, did to the poor waitress's arm. Very good. Now, can you describe the car that was parked in Lot 4 when this was all happening? Sorry, no, we, don't remember it, do we, sweetums? Okay, and then, like, these guys? What's on their heads? No, Zach, I told you not to look. Don't have several sad faces. I tried to help you. While my partner here interviewed the waitress, I searched the surrounding area. As soon as I found the body, I notified you guys in homicide. We made sure that no one left the diner from that point on to ensure we didn't have to deal with anyone trying to play vigilante. Amber lamps? I got here within a few minutes of the 911 call. God, it's so weird when they, like, suddenly, like, overlap with real-world experience. Neko says, imagine if the Liger Zero Panzer had Resonance of Fate-style gun customizations. I mean, God, can you imagine how long it would take to do that? And, like, how many... You, like... It would really ruin the targeting computer to put that many scopes on it. Either that or it would make it highly efficient, one or the other. Dispatch will have to be will have notified them at the same time they sent me out because the caller said the waitress had been attacked. Okay, the menu. I'm sure this is important. Right? Like 1,000 things. Burger Royal Meal for $5. Chicken Royal Meal for $5. I love that the burgers have little crowns on them. It's so stupid, but it makes me happy. Like when they did the Mandalorian thing at Burger King and the chicken fries came in a box that said, have it your the way, which is objectively very stupid, and I liked it nonetheless. Meat surprise wrap, chicken surprise wrap. Oh, which is worse? Which one's worse? Meat surprise or chicken surprise? Because, like, meat surprise is objectively very bad. I don't want the meat to be a mystery. But, like, when the chicken is a constant, what is the surprise? I don't even know what the surprise is at that point. That's troubling. Cucumber sauce? Oh my god, that's actually cucumber sauce. What? Also, none of these is sour, right? Someone asked for sour sauce. It's plot relevant. Nico says, isn't cucumber sauce just water? I think so. I think you're right. It's like the Kinder Egg. The surprise is a toy in the middle of the wrap. I mean, it could be. For a long time, that was outlawed in the US, you know. Okay, I found the kitchen. This guy's pouring some water and, like, making handprints on his apron. Can you describe the car that was in Lot 4 when this all occurred? Sorry, I don't remember. There must not have been anything remarkable about it. Well, how about their order? Do you remember that? Sure, 2 burger royale meals, 2 chicken royale meals, and a meat surprise wrap. What about Lot 2's order? That one's easy. A chicken royal meal with tomato sauce. Is that the only thing I care about in here? To the roof! Oh, there's like a lot more going on than I thought, huh? The tire has been shot. Okay. Bauer Youth Sports League. Man is not breathing and is soaked from head to toe. He also has a melee weapon that looks like an elephant's trunk that has a mace at the end. Sorry, I'm going to click order so it stops making the woobly sound. That's weird. What do the customers in lots 2 and 4 order? Isn't that, like, not difficult to ascertain? I don't immediately recall a discrepancy between these. I guess I need the words window. What? Gang, help me out. Who is the psychopath who arranged the numbers in this fashion? Help me out. Who has digits starting at 1 and ending at 0 that, like, count vertically 1 and then reset? 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? What is this? What even is this? Like, it's not important, but, like, I need to fix this. This is psychotic. I can't believe you've done this. Lord above. Why? Why behave this way? Oh no. Oh no. I accidentally clicked a button I didn't know existed, which was sort A to Z, which then sorted the numbers alphabetically, which is somehow even worse. It's like that weird meme of, like, I alphabetized your clock, and then the numbers are just in the wrong order. If I recall correctly, Eugene Marmot is the source of all evil. Correct, he must be responsible for everything that's gone wrong. Try harder next time. Cotillion, I know you better than to know that you did this to my numbers. But I must insist that everyone leave my numbers alone. They must be in number order. Okay. So... 2 Burger Royale, 2 Chicken Royale, 1 Meat Surprise. That's for lot 4. And then lot 2 ordered 1 Chicken Royale with tomato sauce. This seems like a highly inefficient way to ask for this order. Like, this seems like AI generated this template or something. What if we alphabetically ordered Roman numerals? I need you to calm down, Zacula. I need you to calm down. Wait, hold on. Neko says, speaking of fast food, did I mention I tried Five Guys for the first time this week? It took me days before I could eat again after I ate all those fries. It was a ridiculous portion size. Did you get a refill? I think they do refills on fries there, which is kind of crazy. Maybe that was just like the one... I haven't actually been to that many Five Guys, but I think that's the thing they do. And then I assume like everything else would be 0. But before I try to lock that in, like at least the waitress, I think, had a version of events. 2 Burger Royale, 2 Chicken Royale, and a Meat Surprise. Order for lot 2. The order was a Chicken Royale with barbecue sauce. Okay, so that's the rub, huh? The sauce on the Chicken Royale. I think it's probably safe to put in like 0 for the other meal types, because they seem to agree on that. But we can adjust that later if we have to. The sauce, I'm not sure what to do. Zaggy says, every time I get Five Guys, I finish the meal and it makes my body feel so bad, I swear to never have Five Guys again. So, I think I've only ever been to 2 Five Guys locations. There was one, like, in Hollywood that, like, I went to that was good. And I had, like, positive experiences there. And then they, like, opened one, like, closer to where I lived in, like, North Hollywood. And like one time I convinced my mom to try it, and we had just like the most like comically bad experience. Like we had to wait like forever for like a really basic meal. They like forgot like two separate parts of the meal like separately. And then like some other, I think they like got like the milkshake I tried to order wrong after I had to wait like an obscenely long time to get it. And like my mom, who clearly has the patience beyond the level of a saint, in her own way made it clear that we would like never speak of this again. Like we would never entertain Five Guys ever again. Okay. Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce. But there is no sour sauce. Are we calling pesto sour sauce? That's weird. What's going on? I mean, what is it? Only the manager knows the code for the safe. And then look at this TV. By seeking the advice of upstanding community members like my new partner on the Heritage Project, we've been able to crack down on criminals like the Andier gang. Sure, the Andiers are weaker, but their rivals have filled the void. Those thugs in white ties are everywhere now. Property values are up, and we're working to renew historical buildings. You mean gentrification is increasing the cost of living. Crime is down and the drug trade is down. Are you kidding? I see euphoric synthetic serotonin being dealt on every other street corner. Thank you for the plot contrivance. Going back up. To the one at the Burbank Town Center upper level. The worst fast food burger experience, unfortunately. Of all time, would you say? I think I would assume that's your answer. That does look weird. It looks like someone tried to sprout a potato made out of blue goo. So... Do you think this is meant to imply that, Echo Secunda figured out how to make the vaporizer work? Okay, I apparently have all the words now. Hand door downstairs. Oh, hand door downstairs. Oh, no. Me so far. Yeah, but like... hand door downstairs. If you understand. No, not Hora Instundiga. That's different. This is more of a me so far. Hand door downstairs. So you understand, Echo. Very hand door downstairs. Okay, the Czars, the Andier gang, an angry mushroom. I don't really know what the sour sauce is or why there's a disagreement on the sauce. Words. A bearded man stole blank and blank as they were being delivered to lot 4. The car that had been parked in lot 2... Why is there a second green space? Why is there second green space? Sarah says, I might get blood downstairs. What are you doing with the hand? What are you doing with the hand down there? You gotta be careful about that, Sarah. It's dangerous. You have 2 and 4 reverse. That is possible. No, is it? No, ask this guy. Bringing the order to lot 2. No, I think I'm right. Isn't 4 the one that left? No, you're right. You're completely right. The delivery was to 2, 4. Do I just put a 0? Why is this here? Oh no. Blanks gave chase. Number blanks gave chase? Number blanks? Okay, sorry. I'm not doing this correctly. A blank stole blank and blank as they were being delivered to lot blank. In a car that had been parked in lot blank, blank blanks gave chase and blank the blanks blank. The blank then ran up a fire escape pursued by some of the blanks on foot. However, the blank killing one blank... Where did I get however? Somehow, the blank killing one blank. In the same way, the blank was blank. When the blank got blank, a fight broke out in which someone, somehow, blank a blank. Someone, somehow, blank a blank. Not the... I guess bearded man's? I feel like I'm looking for scooter because the last word in the sentence is tire. So 4... It's interesting that in the entire history of the franchise, this is the first time I think that they just pluralized a word by, like, putting an S immediately after the space. I literally think that's never happened before. So, like, I think it's gangsters driving a fancy car. Wait, did he say something about their ties? How do you like my tie, Mario? Some bearded guy just stole the extra sour sauce. Straight after the young gentleman like a tiger. Sound of thunder. Well, the sound of thunder is the gunshot that breaks a tire, right? Bearded man stole food and sauce. I feel like I sometimes have the impression that whoever deconstructs the, like, write-up of what happens in one of these scenes and then turns it into the Mad Lib, like, is required by law to have a stroke at the time of, like, doing that work. A bearded man stole food and sauce. So, I think we can probably reverse engineer the number of gangsters by, like, figuring out what happened here. I think it's like 2 or maybe 3. The blank ran up the fire escape, pursued by some of. Some of is interesting. Bearded man. Gangsters. Somehow the water tower fell, killing one gangster. In the same way, the blank was blank. The blank was blank. This thing's gotta be the vaporizer, right? I mean, it says it's a melee weapon, but like... I mean, it's definitely like color-coded that like... It gunked the goop. He does have a white tie, so he's definitely like a member of the what is it, the Andiers? Same way. The blank was blank. I guess its door was opened? Because if you look at the door, it's got the same like goop residue. And the blank got blank. It's gotta be downstairs because they climb up to the roof and then they go down. And the bearded man got downstairs. A fight broke out in which someone somehow lost a hand. That was a man's hand. So this guy died. Pursued by some of the gangsters on foot. I'm looking for footprints. Like, obviously one set is the guy on the scooter. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to say 3. I want to say the answer is 3. Because one of those is the guy and the others are the... I want to say 4. I want to say a bunch. I want to say 3. Okay, is it 2 or fewer? Some gangsters on foot. Some of the water tower found. In one same way the door was open. Right. Bearded man got downstairs. It has to be the bearded man there because it's not plural, right? Unless the answer is like 2 gangsters? Hey, Critchwich, welcome to the stream. We're still playing Rise of the Golden Idol. I don't know how to catch you up on this. I can't even figure out what's going on. We just started a new self-contained story that doesn't necessarily require you to know anything from the main game, which we did finish tonight. How you doing, Critchwich? I hope you're doing well. Maybe it's not food and sauce. Maybe it's something else. Yeah, they're the Andiers, but I don't think that matters. I know I'm missing something about... Hang on a second. What's going on back here? This guy is filling a container with water, which is the cucumber sauce. I feel like that has to be like a thing that catches on now. Is that we just call water cucumber sauce? Okay, so I think there's supposed to be some takeaway from like how gross his hands are and what he's been touching. He's like touched like every dial on the thing. He's like touched the edges of these bags. He's also touched the safe and his apron. It had a brief power flicker, no storms or wind, just lights flicker, internet and TV go out, but computer's okay. I had that happen like a few times last year, I think. At times that, like, there wasn't even, like, storm watch. Like I said, I also had some, like, internet blips, like, not major ones. I think the hand thing is supposed to be important, which is why they have him, like, doing that wiping animation on loop, but I'm not sure. Oh, today's money is in the cash register. Distant thunder. The cook stormed out from the kitchen and cried, "Some bearded guy stole the extra sour sauce." I feel like there's like a homophone or something. Like I don't think this. I think he says something else and they interpret it as sour sauce. Like the menu doesn't have sour sauce. There's some green gunk here that suggests that the cook could have touched it, but I don't think that's what we're doing. So lot 4 broke off from here. I guess this is the scooter track. And she was probably around here when she got bumped. Also, can we talk about what a horrific layout this is for like a drive-in restaurant? Like, you want the cars, like, lined up in a way that doesn't, like, obstruct traffic? Like, if you, like, park in spot 2 and, like, need to get back to the road, like, it just sucks. Like, this is awful. In the red jacket. Search the surrounding area when we found the body. Yeah. You can get a good look at the car that damaged mine. What was your order, by the way? Chicken Royale with garlic sauce. So his actual order is garlic sauce. Why are they different? The sour sauce feels like it could be a clue, but like, why does the waitress have a different order than that guy? Is it just because she's bad at her job? That doesn't make for a very compelling, like, clue situation. Tomato sauce. All 3 of them give a different answer, including the guy who made it, the lady who served it, and the guy who ordered it. Typically, I wouldn't expect more than 2 different answers there. Let's arrive quickly. Dispatch notified them all at the same time. All the sauces cost the same. Is everything being cooked as burgers? I don't know that that's relevant. What does it mean for him to be filling the pink container? It feels important. Youth Sports League. I don't know that I understand the ramifications of that. Maybe that's something that's supposed to come up later. Hand door downstairs. You hate to see it. He ran up. Thing fell down. Who is it you think tried to knock the water tower down? It sure feels like it doesn't really benefit any. I mean, I guess it would be I don't know. It feels more like it would be in the interest of the bearded man if he's running away from them and he has the lead to try to knock down the tower and just like dump them off the building, which, you know, appears to kind of be the situation. But then, like, this guy has what I can only assume is one of the weird weapons capable of doing this. So how is it that the other guy would have access to the same tool? I do think it's 3 guys. There's like 4 sets of footprints here. We climb up, one guy dies. Then we have... Then we have 3 sets of footprints up here, and like presumably one of them is the bearded man. And the others are the remaining gangsters. Is there a clue in the report that's supposed to make me think that it's drugs? See, euphoric synthetic serotonin being dealt on every other street corner. I mean, there is a graffiti of a fish man eating a big pill that says ESS, which could be like a signal that this is a gang drop off. So I guess the question is, like, was there any food involved? Or was it like drugs and cash or something? Only the foreigners were able to describe it. Actually, Cliff, that part makes perfect sense to me. It's what happened on the rooftop I'm baffled by. Only the foreigners were able to describe it. I assume that it in this case is the car, but I don't know why I would expect that to be true. What did the customers in lots 2 and 4 order? The more I'm figuring this out, the more I feel like this is going to be another dumb gotcha, this orders thing. Where, like, it's, like, not actually going to be food at all, it's just drugs, and so, like, the order for lot 4, or the order for lot 2 is, like, 0. There must not have been anything remarkable about it. Yeah, I mean, this sort of corroborates the idea that the people in lot 4 were like gang members, like keeping an eye out while like drug pickups were happening. Is like this guy just being like, oh, who knows what the car was? I ain't a snitch. I hear what happens to those individuals. This is still weird. I don't know what the him filling the pink water is. Three gangsters gave chase, shot the bearded man's tire. The bearded man ran up the fire escape pursuit. So I think the issue is these two. And is it food and drugs? Or is it like drugs and cash? Those are definitely the 2 wrong spots, huh? Drugs and weapons? Drugs in hand? Oh. Wait a minute. What does that tell me? If putting jank words in here gives me incorrect as opposed to or less, and if putting food and junk word in here gives me 2 or less, that means that the correct answer is food and drugs, and that one other thing is incorrect. Bearded Man's tired. Bearded Man ran up the fire escape, pursued by some of the gangsters on foot. Somehow the water tower fell. Can I just... Okay, just real quick. I know all I do is complain about the video games that I choose to play for myself. But, like... I don't think I've talked about this since, like, early in this game. But, like, I really don't love that Rise of the Golden Idol has become Mad Libs. Like, the first game is, like, super carefully curated so that, like, there are very few instances where you're guessing and checking, and usually it's because the puzzle is really hard and some clue is obtuse. But, like, in this game, like, normally, like, I feel like it is the most common outcome that I have, like, most of the scroll or whatever, like, filled in, and, like, clearly understand most or all of the story, and then, like, still end up finding myself, like, brute forcing something in the end because they're just being really pedantic or something. And, like, it's just not the game experience I want, you know? Like, I really value the logic puzzle aspect that the first game does well, and it's just so disappointing that it's just, like, angry Mad Libs. Gangsters. Water tower fell, killing one gangster. In the same way the door was opened, the bearded man got downstairs. Fight broke out. There's some clue about the downstairs? I don't know, these footprints kind of look like people were coming in this way, but that's like not what this suggests, right? At the very least, it feels like the idea is that he ran up. Well, no, there's like the footprints from them chasing him here. So then, like, why do these footprints look like the heel is facing away from the door in such a way that you would be approaching the door? Like, some are, some aren't. And these are also, like, backwards? So they're not, like, one guy straddling the 2 steps? I don't know what that means. He's definitely, like, lost a hand. The man stole food and drugs as they were being delivered to Lot 2 in a car that had been parked in Lot 4. Yeah, they were being delivered to 2. 3 gangsters gave chase. Somehow the water tower fell. I don't see it. I'm pretty sure I've reached a point where I know that exactly one of these is wrong, and I have no idea what it is. I mean, I guess I could try, like, putting some random numbers in here. Why is it 5? Why is it 5? Tell me why that number is 5, and how I'm supposed to know that. Because, like, I feel like I used the clues and determined that the answer wasn't 5. You've solved the scenario. A bearded man snatched a bag full of food from a diner employee, but unbeknownst to him, the diner is controlled by a gang, and the bag contained drugs. Some of the gang members chased the thief down, but he managed to incapacitate 2 of them. Why is anything anything? I didn't even finish the order, man. I don't know what the takeaway from that is like supposed to be. Uh, so, I think it's consistent that there's no sauce for lot 4. Oh, okay. I guess I'm just supposed to assume that each one of the gangsters got one meal, even though I feel like the footprints suggest that there's like exactly 3 of them. One is left for dead, one loses a hand, and then the rest escape. So this is 0, 0, 0, 0. And honestly, I'll like brute force this and see if I get 2 or fewer incorrect. Yeah, that tracks. What? That doesn't seem right. Wait. What? Wait, what does that mean? What is the implication that even though 3 different people say that this meal came with different types of sauce, the correct answer is that there was none sauce? That's supposed to be a way of the game indicating that it's not real food? That it's drugs? I'm not sure I care. I don't think it makes sense. I'm not sure. I don't know that. Exit scenario. Just notice the picture of the tiger with the mane. Oh, on the back of the building? Huh. Mayor Meredith lashes out at cops. The mayor of New Wells has blamed police for the city's growing drug problem and raised questions of possible corruption within the force. Moira Meredith made remarks at a press conference yesterday, which she had called to discuss her ongoing heritage project. She said, "Drugs are flooding our city, and the fault lies solely with our police. At best, their leadership is incompetent and must change. At worst, we'll need a full-scale inquiry into possible corruption." A spokesperson for New Wells Police Narcotics Division says, "Our officers are doing the best that any department could do. Investigations are underway in all known high crime areas of the city. But so far, no major drug labs have been located. The investigation will continue as usual, and the manufacturers will be found." Okay, even though I already clearly know what fits here, it hasn't been afforded to me by completing just that one segment. Is this also something? No, this is the cutscene. Shut up. No, don't. No, shut up. Some of the stuff allegedly ordered is not on the menu at all. Right, but assuming that, like, literally the guy himself says that he ordered something, and everyone says that he ordered something. So to, like, assume that the correct answer is nothing, like, it is definitely possible for someone to get your order wrong. So, like, just because people say something different doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen? I don't know. It's leaning a little bit into, like, a really gray space of, like, using an unreliable narrator in a logic-based puzzle to tell you something that's just a literal lie and act like that's, like, not, like, disruptive to the effort of trying to solve the puzzle. Okay. Well, it's 1 a.m. No, Lord. Well, hold Well, I'm going to go ahead and choose outcome because even though it is struggling to turn off, that wouldn't count as a crash at this point anyway because I'd already instructed it to stop being. So our outcome is in fact one crash of the game for the evening. Congratulations to those participating. Um, well, we are hashtag Spike Gaming, are we not? So here's the deal. Now that I understand that we have like actually a considerable amount more game to go, it does turn out that we only have 2 more streams before I guess we'll just call it, for the sake of convenience, summer break. I don't know that there's anything else. There's nothing currently known for the duration of the summer that would affect any other streams outside of the 3rd and the 4th of July. So I guess the question I have to figure out, and you can weigh in on the Discord if you feel so inclined. What's this about summer break? I have like travel plans for my birthday weekend with my mom, and I won't be streaming on July 3rd or July 4th as a result. Which means that we have next weekend, we got the 26th and the 27th, and then a week off, and then back to it. Now, I don't know, do we just want to like make more progress on this until we can hopefully reach the pirates eventually, and then presumably be like intensely disappointed by the pirates? Or would we yes, okay. I feel like the default answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. That works for me. You know, my biggest concern with this is like, even though I'm definitely not thrilled with Rise of the Golden Idol, I'm so like morbidly curious about the process of it. Like, I feel like when I finish playing this game, I want to like research it. I want to like learn more about it. I want to like learn about other people's reactions to it. Um, but like, yeah, I don't know. I was definitely a little bit disappointed with that first case in the DLC because like at first I was like, well, surely we'll improve the storytelling because the DLC has to be sort of decentralized, right? But then we get into it, and like, first of all, each case is also 4 cases again, which explains the duration, the expected duration. But like, I just don't like the change of format. I just think it makes the whole enterprise worse. I want to find out if there's actually a golden idol in this series of games. How in all this time have you not, like, literally? So, okay, so the first game demonstrably has a golden idol many, 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 many times. Many times. The second game, I will grant you, technically has like non golden idols in it, I think. There's like one depiction of an ancient golden idol in a museum. But like, other than that, the actual functional idol is like a reconstruction of the golden idol from the first game that looks like R2D2's like absolutely budget dumpster cousin. Um, but like, I genuinely am not sure like what cases. Like, I think you saw some cases from the first game, and like they don't they like all have the idol in them to some extent. But like technically it is in both games. But like, yeah, it's not golden, and it looks like crap in the second one, and I hate it. Uh, and also I mean, legitimately though, like there is something to the crux of that comment, not just the fact that like they continue to call it golden idol and then the second game is not a golden idol, but like also like an issue I do have with the second game is that the golden idol like doesn't matter for like a shockingly high number of the individual scenes. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to structure it that way. The case of the golden idol, but it's actually just the carrying case for the golden idol. I'd play it. I think it would be better than Rise of the Golden Idol, probably. Probably. Maybe it's just backpack battles at that point. Okay, yeah. So at that rate, I guess we will continue this next weekend, which means that, like, I don't know. I guess between the two streams next weekend, I expect to like probably finish this thing that we started with the detectives and get like, I don't know, maybe halfway into the next one, and then we'll pick up from there after quote summer break. Uh, yeah, I think that's all the TV there is. So before we sign off, take note as always that somewhere in this room behind me I've hidden some number of Squirtles. If you're able to locate a Squirtle that's hidden amongst the plush toys on display in this room, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. And of course, I don't know, it's summer, it's hot, things happen, man. I've heard that the paint peels right off the bottom of the pools. Can you believe that? Can you believe something like that is happening? Shocking. It's distressing. Um, so yeah, I encourage you to look around and see if you can locate one of these secret Squirtles, which of course they are not golden idols, but you might consider them idols of a sort. Um, and yeah, after we wrap up here, I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and then we'll make some more progress on this next week. So you're Squirtle behind the pair of blue narwhals, thinking it's pear themed. Interesting, interesting. I can see that. I think I can see that. Um, Also, of course, Flareon. If you're new or unfamiliar, I do possess a life-size Flareon. It's extremely large, very big. At some point, I really do gotta like figure out some display solution so that Flareon can have her own glorious couch, and yet we continue to display friends all about. Build her. I mean, I want to get her own couch is what I want. This is the goal. But like, I kind of have to have like something going on in the background for that to make any sense. Like, it would be problematic, I think, for me to possess as many plush toys as I do if I didn't display them for the stream. Flareon doesn't need a throne; she needs a fluffy cat bed. I don't think so. The Pokemon Center was selling like Pokemon themed animal beds, and they were all much too small for life size Flareon, which like isn't surprising. Anyway, I don't see any other new guests coming in. If I catch any, we could take a look. Perhaps what Flareon needs is a second larger Flareon. I guess says, man, I have nearly 100 little plastic dudes by now, and they're all stored in a cabinet where no one can see them. Well, yeah, but like those don't take up as much space as literally the majority of this room, if we're being honest. Okay, so our guesses are behind the narwhals, Sandshrew, and so literally just the middle shelf. Only interested in middle shelf. Interesting. Uh, so I have bad news, Neko. This is the first secret portal you've been to in a while, and you also happen to have found Banana Man the first time I've put him anywhere in like a really long time. So I'm sorry about that. That was not intentional. Um, Sandshrew, not so regrettable a companion for Sandshrew. It's my recently acquired Vaporeon keychain. Out of focus, of course. And then behind what is colloquially known as the cool spot, we do find ourselves a secret Squirtle. For the reason that the theme tonight is friends with visible smile. We got smiling bears. We got big smiling cool spot. Unfortunately, we had a couple people pick out some of our companions with no mouth, who must not Squirtle, I suppose. Did she let him out of containment or did he break out? There's a limit to what you can do when, you know. That's all I got to say about that. Yeah, we'll keep hashtag Spike Gaming next weekend. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for sticking around to the end. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care of yourselves in the meantime, and remember that you are Clawsome.